And we are live, and I'm going to remember to play the intro music this time. Huzzah!
Oh, look at you. Look at us, pretending that we have any rights of anything at all.
Yeah, everything was planned, everything's put together. Let's do this. Hello, everybody! Welcome to Design Dorks.
Exactly.
It's
Happy Mario Day to all those who celebrate.
More of a Zelda day. Is there a Zelda day? I don't fucking know. I'm already falling apart. We got this. This is Design Dorks, where we talk about the games we played, the news we saw, and anything else that happens to cross over our mind. I'm the Duke of Dorks. That's Pyrr calling. You know us by now. Do we get any new viewers these days? If so, let me know. Let us know.
If you're a new viewer, subscribe right now. Hit that button right now. Hit the little thumbs up. See what you can do. You know what? Send a super chat if you are a new viewer. That is your rite of passage right here, right now.
If that works, I will be shocked. I will be bamboozled.
Bro, I can't do that in like a 36-hour stream. You think I'm going to do it in 3 minutes? Not a shot.
Pyrr's card. Did I overcorrect? I may have overcorrected. Sorry, last episode I had Pyrr up way too loud, so I tried to...
Which makes sense. Usually I am screaming in my microphone, and Duke is like a real person. Yeah,
let me adjust this. All right, everything good now? I can't change this for the Spotify, so you guys just have to deal with this.
Mm-hmm. But yes, welcome to here. Hope you all enjoy. Yep. What's your favorite Mario? You don't talk about Mario enough. What's your favorite Mario?
That's a good question. I don't talk about Mario, at all. I think it's a toss-up between Super Paper Mario, because problems the game has, that's still an amazing story. Or...
You should do something with that game. I have not played that game since launch.
You know what? You got a streaming setup now. I might be down. I might be down for that.
Yo.
Or Sunshine. I've got heavy nostalgic attachments to Sunshine. Like Galaxy 2 is good, Odyssey is good, but Sunshine was the game that introduced me to this setting. And just that setting in particular is so cozy.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't been talking enough about Mario, but I don't actually know what your favorite is. What is your favorite Mario?
Take one freaking guess. I feel like, we were talking about this before, I am the most open book to the point where I have an open Discord server and people won't DM me because they know exactly what I'm going to say.
Yeah, and I should know this. God, but there's so much Mario that I feel like I'm just gonna latch onto Super Mario RPG and forget something much more important in the background.
Just stay here and think of what's the most obvious pick for me.
Sluggers?
Because it's that one. What?
I want it to be Sluggers. Please say it's Sluggers. For how much we've talked about it.
That's the Wii one, dude. That's the one I don't like, except for the part where K. Rool's in it.
Oh no. I've forgotten the name of it. I know it's the baseball one. Fuck! I've forgotten the name of it! Is it just Mario Baseball? Please say it's not just... Mario Superstar Baseball.
Ah, damn, you got the... It's not that one.
Oh.
No, it's Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, or Mario Party 2.
Okay, but baseball's that's a respectable guess, right?
That is fourth, I want to say.
Okay, I'll take that as a win.
Yeah. No, I think if I went in order, it'd be TTYD, then Mario Party 2, then Super Mario World, then Mario Baseball, then Galaxy.
Okay, I think that's a respectable list. Hell yeah.
Mario Party the top 100? No shot.
Is that in
dirt?
Is that in the top 5 worst, or you have to go a little deep? Okay, nice.
Honest thing about me, I don't hate many video games. Even bad video games, I will still give a 2 or a 3 to, and I'll be I still kind of like them, because inherently games are fun.
Yeah, it's exhausting to hate games. I've got 4 that I will put in the effort for it.
That one I hate, because it's scum.
Yeah, understandable.
They have the balls to insinuate that Piranha's Pursuit is a top 100 game.
to brag about top 100. There's some weird choices for top 100.
But no, I have like 5 games I hate, and they're all because morally, I don't like them. Like, you have to insult me, and I still like things about some of those games.
Yeah.
I hate one of them.
Yeah, I hate Fates, but like gameplay-wise, it's a decent Fire Emblem game. Other M had ideas.
Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls has a fantastic character arc that makes me value one of the characters that I only was okay in DR1 to be one of my favorite characters in the series. It is one of the most morally reprehensible games of all time. I hate every moment of it.
I'm already exhausted. You want to talk about some video games?
Yeah, let's talk about some video games. That sounds good.
Alright, so I haven't played much of anything last month, so let's start with views so I can kind of slot my bullshit excuses for content in between.
That's okay. I've played much of everything this month. So let's start off with, as a lot of people in the chat know, I have turned 30. I am now old, and I did a big stream for it from the February 22nd through the 24th, where I played 30 video games on stream, one for each year, and we will get to those later. So let me talk about everything else first. And the first game that I played that I want to talk about is Tetris for the NES.
Going all the way back, alrighty.
Absolutely. Just because I have a friend and their favorite game is NES Tetris, and I asked why, and they said, play it and you will get the feel that is different. And you know what? They were right.
Really?
NES Tetris is so odd. Because, like, what versions of Tetris have you played?
Oh, gosh. It's just random, like, phone variants, really.
Mm-hmm.
I never owned a console that was really, like, no Game Boy, no NES, nothing of the nature.
Right. Gotcha. My first Tetris, I want to say, was Tetris DS. Mm-hmm. The one that had the Nintendo theming and introduced the you can hold this piece for later.
Okay.
And make no mistake, I prefer that version. Because it's the first one I had, and I like the hold piece mechanic. It allows for less opportunities for you to get stuck forever.
Mm-hmm.
But NES Tetris is a fascinating beast because, first off, it doesn't have the Tetris song in it. That's Game Boy Tetris.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. No, it doesn't have the da 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 da. It has the da 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 da. You know, the Patrick Captures Santa Claus song.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't have T-spin or anything in it. What it does have is that the moment a Tetronimo hits another Tetronimo, gravitationally, it is stuck. Like, the moment that they touch, it is like glue. And it holds there, so you get a full second in your brain space to understand you have fucked up considerably, and there is nothing you can do. It is the meanest, most paradoxically intense version of Tetris, because you have to be ready the moment you know what your next piece is.
Okay, so would a modern article writer call this the Dark Souls of Tetris?
Yes, because they're hacks. Now they'll call, like, this is the Crash Bandicoot of Tetris or something.
Lovely.
Never
All right.
Crash the Insane Trilogy have hitboxes been so jank and so misunderstanding of the original intent. And I came into this game with a goal, and that goal was simply to see Bowser play an accordion. Because eventually, if you get to Tetris Type B on level 9 and you clear certain levels of it, Nintendo characters will play musical instruments for you. And the second hardest of those is Bowser playing an accordion. I spent 3 hours trying to see Bowser play an accordion. Because what it has you do is it is on its maximum speed, and it has built up randomized garbage up to the 60% line.
Oh, God!
Clear 20 lines. And eventually, you get into the most magical zone with this game. Because Tetris, you think of, I feel like when people play it casually, it's just build up the sides and make it work out. Yeah. Eventually go and make a line piece there. This is, you are fighting a battle of inches with a randomized hellscape from above, trying to use the only opportunity. You don't see Tetris pieces, you don't see moves, you see holes and you see numbers. You see twos. You see, I can put 2 here, I'm a dump 2 here. The phrase, any port in a storm, exists because people played NES Tetris.
That's absolutely glorious.
I saw Bowser play that accordion. I did it.
Nice!
I made it to the end of the road. To know that I beat the second hardest challenge in that game. And I went up and I went, oh, fuck. Because it just goes 60%, 80% full. Good luck.
I'm assuming that's when you call it quits, right?
Yes.
Because that sounds like hell.
I beat as much of Tetris as I am physically capable of.
Beautiful.
And yeah, like, is Tetris good? Yeah. This is me saying Tetris was always good. And I am surprised to see an older version of it not have an antiquated feel, but a completely different and unique feel to it. I know that I'm speaking to, like, the 10 people out there who understand puzzle games and would watch me play Pokemon Puzzle League. But, like, it is good. Go check it. It's fucking Tetris. It feels different. Go. You out there right now. Find Bowser play the accordion. It's Mario Day. You should see him.
No better way to celebrate.
Exactly. And other than that, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth has consumed my very being, including this arcade game that is inside it that ate up 2 hours, and that is the video game Spike Out.
I am so excited to hear more about this game. The little that I was exposed to through watching your stream of it was it's hard to describe. What this game is.
First I want to talk about Spike Out, because for every single Like a Dragon game, they add like 3 arcade perfect versions of a prior Sega game. Like, I believe that Lost Judgment had a version of Sonic the Fighters in it. Mm-hmm. This one has, I believe, a version of Virtua Fighter 3, as well as Sega Bass Fishing, and 1998's seminal classic, Spike Out.
All right.
Which is, what if we took a Tekken game and made it a beat-em-up and also bad? If I were completely reductive, this is the Tekken Force mode of any given Tekken game, but bad and shallow. If I were to be less reductive, this is a noble attempt to put a dying genre into 3D, trying your best and failing at every single opportunity because you don't realize that by throwing more guys to the side, you can't crowd control them like you can in 2D.
No, yeah.
It is an
gameplay.
effort.
What is this?
This is Spike Out. Is it better than Blue's Clues? A little. Like, the combos are good, and your main guy, Spike, has a child on his back, and sometimes you get hit and the child falls off, and then he's Mega Kangaskhan because the child does your inputs?
Yes! Okay, this is great.
This is the best part of the game. Other than the fact that it ends in a theater, and then the theater takes you to a hell set, and you have to fight the Undertaker's druids, and then the hell turns into heaven, and the final boss comes out with House of the Dead 2 voice acting asking you to join him. Just say, please, you could join me. Maybe not. Too bad, you will die.
Glorious. Absolutely glorious.
And then you realize that he's on the platform, and every time you fall off the platform, it takes you 15 seconds to get back on the platform, and no one will hit you during this time. And you don't have a jump button, you just have to pray that the Zelda auto jump works. Which it does sometimes, because the platform floats up and down.
Okay. Well, that's fun.
Can you beat up the baby? You are the baby!
Yeah, you don't beat up the baby beats up other people. I'm
This
just
is
watching
the second
somebody
time.
with, like, a monster truck tire over them just smacking it down like it's a fan in Smash Brothers. This looks like the best worst game.
Yeah, there is no depth. There are no solid combos. I tried to do some air juggling. I managed. I got through it by just hitting continues. This game isn't good, but, like, it is funny, and it's interesting because it's a game that the director of Yakuza worked on. And you can see the DNA of the series in this game. He went from this to Monkey Ball to Yakuza.
Strangest Pokemon evolution line I've ever seen, and yet it still
Isn't
makes
it?
sense.
Right? Can the baby be being up? No, the baby is your stand. They can't punch the baby stand. And then there was the rest of Infinite Wealth.
Yeah, just a couple days worth
I
of
want everyone to understand I am still only on chapter 8, and I think there are like 14 or something. Usually it's about 14, 15.
Mm-hmm.
So I am still halfway through, 76 hours in. I need you all to understand why I am 76 hours in. So I fully intended to just mainline the main story after I finished becoming a Sujimon master and doing all of the side quests. However, in the main storyline, Ichiban decides that the only way to find the person that he's looking for is to become YouTube famous. So he starts a travel vlog. And he goes all out with it. He takes off his shirt so people will pay more attention to him and applaud him in the street because he is buff and has a cool tattoo. And goes for the full dramatic, like, full Aloha! Welcome! He is full performative YouTuber. And then everyone goes, okay, Ichiban, we got a whole day of footage. We will edit it together. And Ichiban's like, great, so we'll have it up tonight. And they're like, Ichiban, it takes forever to edit these. We have a lot of time. You need to figure out something to do. And he's like, okay, fine. So Ichiban sees a turtle on the beach, and people are bullying the sea turtle. So he goes, hey, stop bullying the sea turtle. And he beats up the guys who bully the sea turtle. And he says, are you okay, sea turtle? And the sea turtle responds, thank you so much for saving me. And he turns around, and there is a giant full bodysuit mascot Muppet behind him. And the Muppet waves at him, and he thinks it's a monster, so Ichiban falls and hits his head on a coconut tree, rendering him unconscious. The Muppet then kidnaps him and brings him to Dondoko Island so that Ichiban can bring this resort back to its former glory and stop the Washbucklers, who are a band of evil Yarharhar pirates, from polluting it, because the captain of the pirates used to own a resort, but his parents fell into the trap of a foreign company that wanted to invest in it and turn it into something without heart. So he dumps trash on other resorts to ruin them so that they can feel the same pain he did.
Okay.
This mode is Animal Crossing New Horizons.
What?
I have to cut down trees and beat up rocks with a baseball bat in order to craft facilities so that it looks good enough that the Happy Home organization will go, "You're now a 1-star resort. Continue working hard." So that I can then invite guests to my island with decorations that they enjoy based on 4 categories of rustic, pop, elegant, and sleazy, so that they are fully enjoy, and then they can pay me Dondoko bucks. Meanwhile, I am going fishing so that they can see that we have the insects and the fish that they like, so that they will spend more money here, and that I can sell them back to Tom Nook so he can give me blueprints to upgrade my house. Which every time that I upgrade my own inner house, I gain more health to fight the pirates with in its own system that is completely separate from the RPG system.
Okay, yeah, I changed the gameplay to get specific Dondoko footage. I did not realize that was something I was going to need.
Bro, Dondoko a go-go!
This is beautiful.
What game are we talking about? This is like a dragon. This series has made me cry multiple times. I then unlock a 3-star resort facility, which unlocks Sujimon Island.
Yes!
Wherein I can use the Sujimon that I have trained in the other minigame to farm resources for me and manage their moods so they don't get depressed. And then I can go up to one of them and I can pet him. The skin shipping from Fire Emblem Fates is here so that I can pet a man dressed as Captain Crunch.
I never thought I would be happy to hear the skin ship from Fates is back.
This has Fire Emblem Fates and Pal World in it. Please understand, the Sujimon know that they are being taken advantage of and abused, but the fact that you pet them makes it okay. And the fact that the people who run it are 2 cute girls. And because most of them are perverts, they're cool with it.
I have no words.
I spent 21 hours beating this mode. And I did it. I impressed so many people with my golden statues of Goro Majima next to the brothel, which was in a completely separate area from the children's playground I constructed.
Okay, good.
Don't worry, the child actor that visited my island never saw the sleazy part of the island. The good part is near the lighthouse. The sleazy part is by the caves. But yes, there is a red Muppet who looks like the red guy from Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared.
Oh god, I need to find this. Hold on.
His name is Muku. He is voiced by Sam Riegel. Sometimes he
What?
go on the intercom and do puns to try to entertain the guests. I have heard so many Sam Riegel puns over the past 2 weeks.
Oh my god.
I am in my own personal hell.
It literally just is the hungry stair
Yes.
guy, but just vertical stretched. No, sorry, horizontally stretched.
Yes. So I have beaten this mode. It took most of the time. And then immediately went back into, yo, Ichiban, do you want to fight an evil cult that is brainwashing children? With the most real stakes? And do you want to infiltrate this underground casino?
I'd call this the best game, but I feel like you have to make that plural to be accurate.
No. This is a full video game. Dondoko Island is a whole-ass game. I feel like I have beaten a video game, and I've done nothing. I feel like I've beaten 2.5 games by this point, and I still have half of this game to go.
I mean, for all you know, that this might just lead into further games with both the Sujimon and Dondoko Island coming together, as you now must use them as turrets in a tower defense mode as the island is overrun by, I don't know, aliens? Are there aliens in Yakuza?
Please understand, there is still a part of my main menu that I do not have access to. There is still a part of the pause menu that is just question mark, question mark, question mark. I am horrified. Because I have just unlocked the ability to play as Kiryu solo outside of Ichiban's party because bad things happened that necessitated them to split up. And because Kiryu opened up and has friends now, he caught Ichiban's dementia. And now he sees the world as a turn-based RPG.
Like, legitimately, was it something that was... Or is it
It
just...
says, thanks to Ichiban's influence, Kiryu now sees the true form of his enemies. There is a cutscene explaining, like, whoa, I just saw these guys transform.
Sure.
I think I know. Thanks to you, my new friends, I can see the world through Ichiban's eyes. The dramatic parts of the story still hit, because now I've done social links with my party.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, contrast all of that to my first social link, which is I was framed for a crime that I didn't commit, and due to that, my wife miscarried and left me.
Okay.
This is one of my party members. And just resolving all of that.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Wow. Every time I hear you talk about this game, I think surely there's not going to be anything more that's going to surprise me, and you consistently just keep topping that bar to the point
I was so excited to open this with I was kidnapped by Muppets to play Animal Crossing. Yeah, I've unlocked the second map, which was the map from the first game. And it is as big as Hawaii. I know this because I explored it thoroughly in the first game. But now it has new stuff.
And you just get to do it all over again now.
No, I get to do it as Kiryu now.
Oh.
Yeah, this game is overwhelming. I hope I am done with it by the end of the month.
I will be impressed. But you're probably just going to get caught into whatever comes next.
On.
I mean, you say that, but whatever you move to next, I don't think it's going to be as fun to talk about as this game is.
No, I understand completely. Please understand, I have still dodged all of the story spoilers that I can. I didn't even talk about Danny Trejo.
Sure.
No, he's just in this game.
I
Photomod
believe
everything.
you. I believe
Voice
you.
acted. He uses a machete. No, he uses 2 machetes, actually.
Yes. The Spy Kids sequel I never knew I wanted.
He's a drug lord. You'll like him.
I already do. All right. Anything else?
The only things I can possibly give at that point are story spoilers, and
Okay,
I would rather not. So
The only reason I haven't dived into this game after what you said is just time investment. So I appreciate that. Because I want this game to club me over the head with just everything it can do.
You have the whole first Like a Dragon, and guess what? That game is also excellent. This game does improve upon it like significantly in like quality of life features. Like you can tell the original Like a Dragon is very much modeled after Dragon Quest and is intentionally a bit rough.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, you saw that game. Doesn't it look good?
No, yeah, absolutely.
It's like, yeah, anyone diving in, play the first Like a Dragon, then play 0, then play this one. And if you want, after that point, you can then play the rest of the series. However, if you want to play the rest of the series, you have to play the entire rest of the series. Because there was an out-of-context flashback to the ending of Yakuza 5 in the middle of this game that will hit you emotionally really hard if you know it, and if not, you'll be like, what the heck is this girl?
All right, then.
All right, and then I have 30 other games to talk about, but you can talk.
Okay, I do have a few things I can kind of jump between. Right. So, this month, just school, did not have much time for gaming anything, so I have...
Oh, pardon me, just 1 second. How long was this game in development? 3 years? And they made 2 other games in that time frame.
Which is just absurd. Like, how? How?
You need to understand how smart they are with asset reuse in these games. Because they build one giant city, and then they will use that city 5 times, and every time it will be good. I'm sorry, continue now.
No worries. So I have, like, very small things I can spend, like, minutes on a piece, which I will very quickly jump through. My current comfort, just get me through school stress, has just been jumping between various Starcraft mods, because that's just what I do.
Yeah.
So let me give a minute for each of these. I tried something called Real Scale, which is exactly what it sounds. Takes the baseline, like, science fiction, like, okay, you got mechs and you got capital ships and all that, and tries to put them in the game at what their actual size would be, which is hilarious. Because on one hand, you have tiny little dudes with their guns that are just running around like ants, and then you just watch a laser just cross across your entire screen, and you have to zoom out to 3 extra zoom levels to see this giant capital ship just erasing your entire army in one shot. It's glorious. It has some weird issues of just like, okay, it's a giant ship that you can't see properly, but because of how units in those games are usually designed, the center of it will be above just a cliff or something, so despite the fact that when you can see it, you can't see anything else, you can't get vision of the damn thing because of how units exist technically in the center of where they're at. So just interesting map issues that people have had to solve when modding these games. I think the sequel to this for the next expansion fixed it. I tried something called Enhanced Swarm, which is literally just, okay, what if all the Zerg units were twice as strong and you face double the opposition? Which is hilarious. Taking a swarmy faction in an RTS and just being like, okay, but what if every unit could do literally everything? This one applies a debuff to units that causes them to explode into tiny, much smaller units. You can stack that and just all sorts of weird things that just have the biggest power fantasy possible. That's very fun. The footage you're seeing right now is the big capital ship unit for people curious. Like that it's just silly. It's just the stupidest thing ever.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was one more called Hyperion Crew, which was how do I explain this? It turns everything into an Iron Man run. Every single, like, Terran unit has, like, okay, they're all, like, mech suits or mech vehicles. Gives you pilots that you have to manually put them into, like, various suits they have. And if the unit dies, the pilot dies, you don't have that pilot for the rest of the mission. So a very interesting, like, unit conservation kind of, like, okay, we can't use Marines that beat everything as much because they'll die. And we need those units to, like, man missile turrets or stay in the bunkers and stuff. It's just a fascinating little twist on what you want from an RTS. And I've really enjoyed that.
This sounds like my favorite missions in Warcraft 3.
It absolutely is, and it turns the entire campaign into that, because you have to, like, the people that drive your workers to, like, gather resources are the same ones that are the medics that you have to heal, so you have to be really careful, like, okay, I can only afford to have 10 workers because I need, like, 6 medics to be able to accompany my army. And if they die, you just gotta figure out something else. Fascinating
One of my favorite missions in all of Warcraft 3 is the first one where Arthas is the Death Knight, and you're just trying to kill enough people in order to slowly gain an army. And, like, there's limited resources on both sides. I love that.
That kind of half-stealth segment as well. God, Warcraft 3 is such a good game. I miss that game.
Yeah, I wish it were real.
Yeah. The other game that's been comfort food, weirdly comfort food, I've been continuing with Darkest Dungeon. Which, this is a game that, while I've started many, many times, I've never really, I can't even say, I don't think I've ever gone to even to the halfway point, because I'll start playing, I'll have something terrible happen, like full party wipe twice in a row.
Run.
Yeah, exactly.
So I miss Renal and Dismas.
Exactly, you gotta have the boys back. So I have been continuing to play this. I just want to talk about a couple of the finer tuning things about this game, because this game makes some brilliant design decisions. For example, having every single, like, equipable artifact you have a severe negative effect to accompany the severe positive ones is such a fascinating, just juggling game of, like, okay, this is the fish realm, there's really bad bleed here, I can't bring this dude if he's got this thing equipped, but also if I can stun them, and this is the one that gives the stun, but it also makes me less able to resist bleed, what do I do? What do I do is a very common cry of help in this game, and I really appreciate it.
Well, the answer is just make sure that every party has a jester and a highwayman. That way, eventually, both of them get to the front and then stop being in the front.
Yeah, just
go, wee!
Just get a little dance party with everybody.
Exactly. That is my favorite party, just constantly shuffling their positions.
Yeah.
With point-blank shot and whatever the riposte is that the jester has.
Guys, it's so funny, because I'm finally getting to the point that I'm starting to get to some of the, like, mid-game and end-game bosses. Just the amount of frustration of building up, like, an extremely powerful build team. Like, I got my Flagellant, I've got my Houndmaster, everybody's just tearing people apart with damage over time. Get to the boss of the level, the fucker's immune to bleed, and you just have to deal with that.
Like, the amount of times I have been humbled by the Hag, who is a mid-game boss, is like... I see, I'm in the pot again. Damn it. I don't like the pot.
God, the realization of that, and to deal with both that and the Siren who takes one of your party members over, just intentionally bringing an Antiquarian just to feed them to the bosses, like, God, they're so frustrating trying to learn them, but once you learn them, once you get their numbers, God, it's the most satisfying feeling in just anything. And then you have those amazing runs, and you just as you're walking around, you find this red orb. Just with this little twisty thing attached to it, and it just asks you, like, hey, this is weird. Wanna feed a torch to it? And just, God.
It's like, yes.
I want to. I know this will give me the best rewards. But you're going to murder me. Why must you
Just so
tempt me
bad.
so?
Yes.
Such a funny game. Such a fun...
Are you...
Go ahead.
Oh, just, have you ever checked out Fear and Hunger?
Fear and Hunger. Is this a separate game, or is this like an extension to it?
This is a separate game.
I have
This is a
not.
separate game. iPatchWolf did a good video on it. I think it's titled, like, The Game That Breaks You. I feel like...
I feel like I've heard that title from several iPatchWolf videos.
Well, no. One was the manga that breaks you. This is the game.
Oh, okay.
Because I feel like you enjoy suffering in the same way that game enjoys suffering. And I feel like if you don't know about it, you should know about it.
Okay. I'll look it up after this.
All right.
Just one more thing I want to mention about it real quick.
Yeah.
Crimson Court might be the sickest translation of a vampire mythos in just any setting. Like, taking that kind of... the traditional vampire, aristocratic, like, super hypersexualized and all that, but once you see the monster... just tripling down on holy shit, that is a horrifying monster with just the mosquito theming across all of it.
Yes.
It's so good. I don't have anything else to add to that. It's just amazing world building.
No, yeah, the only better vampire was the Fly from Courage the Cowardly Dog.
It's kind of the same thing.
I know it is!
Just... Darkest Dungeon, you'll hate the game, but it's such a good game. Can't recommend not recommending. I don't know. Play it. At least try it. If it clicks with you, it's gonna click with you harder than any other game like it will.
I agree.
And then I know
I'm bad at suffering games, and I like it.
Indeed. And I know you have 30 games to talk about after this.
Yes.
So, I didn't have anything else to bring today, but unscripted, unnoted, I just want to tell a story today. A video game story from my childhood about a character I've mentioned, like, in passing and kind of passively through various forms of my content, but I've never really had an outlet to explain why this character is so amazing, and I want a chance to do that real quick. So let me...
Alright, yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell the story of Sandro.
Alright.
So, I'm going to quickly explain the game this character comes from. This is a game called Heroes of Might and Magic. I've talked about a spiritual successor to it before. It's about a year ago, called Songs of Conquest. It's a very kind of... one of those sort of civilization, just one more turn kind of games. It's got three working parts of it. You've got an overworld that your hero is constantly exploring, trying to capture, like, resource production places or creature production places, gathering artifacts to make them stronger. You'll find bases across this overworld, which creates a base building avenue, where you'll build various, like, upgrades to learn spells for your character, creature generation places to... get a larger army, and then you'll use that army in combat, both through the overworld or defending bases or wherever, which creates a more turn-based board game-esque, just like, okay, move your units around, beat the enemy, use the spells you've gotten. It's a lot in the game, but everything works very well in tandem with each other, which just creates a really addicting formula. In this game, there's a pretty in-depth world building, kind of a very traditional, like, high fantasy setting, but with a little extra, like, okay, there's also a demonic faction. There's also, like, a super high fantasy wizard tower, and then there's also just kind of weird steampunk vibes elsewhere. It's very big world, very kind of Warhammer-esque, in a way. And the, what I want to talk about in particular is the campaign of the Shadow of Death expansion. I think it was the second one added to Heroes 3. In this campaign, you start it with 4 campaigns in tandem, each with a singular protagonist. One of them is like an elven ranger trying to become like a captain or something like that. You've got a disgruntled general trying to find her way through a new world. You got just the most stereotypical barbarian and a half genie with mommy issues. Because, why not? And all of these characters are tied together by this blue-robed wizard who mysteriously comes to them asking for help with a looming threat on the horizon. There's fiends popping up throughout the world. There's undead running unchecked, and we've got to collect these artifacts to be able to combat them. We've got to ensure that these negative artifacts aren't allowed to fall into their grasp. There's the various individuals that have betrayed the Elven realms. We must destroy them. You go through those campaigns, you collect the artifacts, you destroy the betrayers, and at the end of every single campaign, you realize that, oh shit, we were lied to. We're not getting paid. This wizard has disappeared. What do we do now? And once you beat all 4 of those campaigns, you get to play as that wizard, Sandro, the Necromancer.
Well, I love this man already. I love Scam Wizard. Tell me about Scam Wizard.
Alright, so throughout all those campaigns, you are gathering, all of these, super ridiculously powerful undead artifacts that if the Necromancer faction can get a hold of them, they basically become unstoppable. Mm-hmm. And now, you get to play as the Necromancer, living out the most absurd power fantasy possible in this game. I need to really quickly explain how Necromancy works in this game. So the Necromancer faction, their special gimmick is that anytime they kill an enemy, they get back up as an undead skeleton because, Necromancers.
Right, yeah.
This is generally balanced because the skeleton unit is pathetic. You can get thousands and thousands and thousands of them, but they die in just sneezing on them. Mm-hmm. But you can get an artifact in this game. A vial of lifeblood, something like that. No. I can't remember the name of it, but you get an artifact that raises the tier of units that gets back up when that unit dies. So instead of just these mindless grunts of skeletons running around, you get liches that just fire off giant clouds of death that delete any army in front of you. No campaign throws more units at you than Sandro's campaign, but it does so in a matter just to give you just a horde of just super powerful units to just completely just steamroll all of these super powerful factions that any other character would have a problem with, but it's a campaign of just a colossal power fantasy that I compare it to the Black Knight in Radiant Dawn. You are not in any danger, but you just get to crush anything. But imagine if the Black Knight got bigger with every unit he killed. And it's amazing. It's hilarious.
No, I get it. It's Katamari.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the best part of this is that once you beat that campaign, the game goes, okay, you have just created the most terrifying, world-dominating threats that you could possibly imagine. Now you switch sides again.
Now
deal with the super boss that you have just created.
Yeah.
And it does that. You are constantly swapping back and forth between the factions through this final campaign, trying to get back those artifacts that Sandro stole, trying to undo the damage that you yourself just did. And since you're controlling both factions, you can't just okay, I'm gonna just nuke Sandro's power, because you still have to play as Sandro and beat the people that you're trying to beat you. It's this fascinating, okay, how do I build multiple super bosses that can realistically still beat each other, because I have to play as both factions? Mm-hmm. It is one of the coolest video game concept anything I've managed to play throughout my life. I credit Sandro with just really getting me invested in what video game design can do, because you are literally designing the encounters for each other. Do I risk giving Sandro Earth Magic? Because if I give that to him, he's just going to nuke my whole board with Death Ripple, which is a necromantic spell that deletes living units. But if I don't have that, I can't portal around. And if you don't have the ability to portal between your bases, you're just kind of screwed in this game. Just the layers upon layers upon layers of design decisions that it encourages the player to take to create both Sandro and his opponents. It's one of the coolest things I've ever seen in any video game.
No, I wanted to give you a belittling comment of like, damn, Live Alive is such a good game, but this is a strong maturation of a lot of those themes, unintentionally so, but very much exploring that same design space, and I would say doing it to a more mature form, as it's not doing it specifically for the twist and the parody and the betrayal of expectation. It is doing it entirely as this fascinating experimental challenge for you.
Yeah, it kind of takes the campaign editor draw that a lot of games like this have, like your RTSs, your super high, I don't know what the genre of Civilization is called, but like that kind of sandbox open world RPG, and actually creates more of a game design outlet for that as well. And I haven't really seen anything like that, and I'd love to see it explored more.
Yes.
But yeah, that is the story of Sandro. If you've ever seen anything I've made with a blue skeleton as a profile picture, that is why. It's because Sandro is really, really cool.
Okay, that's cute, but have you considered that a new picture of Flavio just dropped? He looks so good!
Is this for the 1,000-year door?
Yes! I put it in your chat so you can share with chat. He looks so good, they have added a sprite of him singing.
Hang on. Hang on. Open link. There he is.
Look at him, he's so good! I love this man!
That comes out in May now, right? They announced the release date?
Yes.
Nice. Something to look forward to. Alright, but you got 30 games to talk about. How are you going to even handle this?
Oh, simple. I'm going to start with, so I had a series of 3 streams, and these were essentially my debut streams. So I would like you to give me a performance review. How'd you think I did?
I mean, first off, you swapped between 30 different games on a streaming setup in a very short amount of time, and I still don't quite understand how you did that.
Like 4 different setups. I bought an emergency screen the day of, like hours before, and it worked.
Like, dude, I'm still in shock over that. Just pure shock. You did forget to change the names of what games you were playing several times, and that was funny, but I appreciated it.
I thought I did that multiple times. Shit. I thought I was good at that.
And you didn't shill for yourself nearly enough. Like, people in your streams had to do it for you. You gotta embrace some Tarvold energy. If we're like, okay, yeah, if you guys are liking the stream, you better like this video. Send the super chats and all that.
Well, guys, if you are liking this content in this video, any support that you can give Duke at this time would be fantastic. I would really appreciate it. And I don't know, I don't like that detracting from the games.
No, I totally agree. I don't like doing it either. It's just, it upsets the flow, like, you know?
When you're shouting to the void at that point, and it's like no one responds, you're like, oh, okay, I shouldn't do that anymore.
No, yeah, I totally get it. But yeah, I think you did a fantastic job, man. I'm looking forward to see what else you do with it.
Thank you. Which games did you end up viewing?
Oh gosh, remind me. I couldn't see much of the first day because I had school, didn't have a choice.
Right.
I need to remember what games.
It's okay. It's only the most defining element of my 20s.
There are
Take
also
your time.
30 of them.
Yeah, and you've already said, and I didn't see 10, definitely.
I stopped by a little bit for Crash Team Racing. I stopped by a lot for Yakuza because, my god. Can't look away from that.
Yes, if anyone would like to hear me squeal like a pig on stream, that vocal clip is just free for you to use.
Oh yeah, I watched most of you just bullying Crystal in Pokemon Puzzle League.
I did not bully her. She did a great job. And then Tarvold bullied both of us.
God, the justice of knowing that, okay, he can be beaten. He can be done.
It's so odd because if you go back to Community Day Tarvel did, I bullied him in Paneled Upon.
It kind of felt like he just practiced just to make sure that
Yes.
things wouldn't go the same way. I watched a lot of F-Zero. That was fun.
That was a great experience.
So I'm just kind of going back through streams.
No, I get you, I get you.
Participated for most of day 3, so I'm going to skip over that, because you know I was there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Wanted to watch Metal Gear Rising, didn't have the time. Again, schools.
No, it's okay. The highlights of that was I beat Ray damageless, and then sucked for the rest of the stream.
Nice. Really wanted to watch Persona 4 as well. Didn't have time for that, just because I know how much that game means to you. It's always nice watching someone play a game that's just like, okay, this is special. Mm-hmm. There's few energies like that.
To those who don't have like 35 hours to spare, I do have a highlight reel in the works, and that will be released.
Excellent.
Eventually.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I was around for most of the third day.
Yeah.
So we'll leave it at that. But what do you want to talk about from that experience? Because that was a lot, dude.
It was a lot. To anyone looking to potentially do something like this, scale it back by half. Because, oh my god, the moment that I closed that final stream, I could feel the weight of my bones.
You were only talking for 30 hours. That doesn't have a physical effect on the body at all. What are you talking about?
Well, the last day was actually 3 more hours.
Oh, so 33 hours. I mean, what's 3 more hours to 33?
It probably, considering the extras the everyday win, it's probably in between 35 and 36. So, but no, that was a really wonderful experience. I'm glad. I am incredibly grateful to everyone who participated in the stream, both watching and who guested, because everyone was so generous and kind and had such a wonderful, positive energy about them.
I mean, it was fun. Like, that was one of the coolest ideas I've seen to just celebrate. I want to do something like that. I'd have to change it a bit, but I want to do something like that.
That is fine. If anyone steals this idea, just let me know. You're welcome to it, but I want to be part of it. That's the only thing. But yeah, just going through games, being great at Donkey Kong Country, and then choking at Donkey Kong Country 2 for one level, and then being great at that was a fantastic experience. Author joined for Kirby Superstar, and she had not participated in that game very much before, so it was a lot of me cheering her on, going, "Oh, it's okay, you got this, you got this. I'll just go and be right over here." Because that was my experience playing the game.
No, that sounds perfect. Yeah.
That was me being guided as a kid to figure out how to play it, and that she was such a good sport for that was so wonderful. Admittedly, I think the most fun I had were the games that I was not very good at. Castlevania Symphony of the Night, I completely lost where I was in the castle, and there was just like a solid 8 minutes of trying to avoid basic enemies, being on 1 hit point, and then tripping over my own feet and dying.
Nice.
But it was just a fun time. Let's see, what was next? Banjo-Kazooie was comforting. I was not great at it, but there's just something so nice about revisiting a game that you've played so many times and being bad. But still having so much to say and enjoying it to such a degree. Crash Team Racing was wild because it was the first game that I didn't have anyone else on with. So I just talk for like 15 minutes straight without taking a breath.
You did well at that, by the way.
I need to fill the silence. so that everyone understands why this game is so good. Like, I believe it and the DKCs were the ones that I beat completely on stream that found an ending. And those were really, really nice to do. And, you know, with all of these games, I hope that people see me playing them, and whether they like them or not. Because I knew that stream numbers would dip during the non-Nintendo games, and they did.
Yeah. As expected.
But if anyone ends up enjoying them, like, I am happy with how every single game turned out, except BioShock 2.
What happened with BioShock 2?
I was really bad.
Ah, okay.
I wouldn't want to watch this failure.
Okay.
And
Wait,
it stopped
did Punch-Out first person not work in BioShock like it did in Titanfall?
Okay. Amazingly, no. However, we'll get to Titanfall. Because I'm going through, and I'm just doing these off the noggin. If I forget one, that's my fault. 2000, Pokemon Puzzle League. I want to get better at that game.
It seems like the more you invest in it, the crazier it gets.
It is. Like, I want to get Crystal and I want to get Tarvel together, and I want to train. I want us to roll up to MagFest, enter a tournament, and be pitted against each other in round 1 and go, well, shit.
Yes!
Like, because I can feel it. Because we all have the brain of looking for the next move, and I can see it.
Mm-hmm.
But Tarvold has the latency advantage.
Yeah, sure, blame the latency. I see how it is.
Dude, I will. That was like playing underwater. The fact that he gave that last game to me out of pity was wonderful. Sonic Adventure 2 is such a good game for just shitting around.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, you could do and you could say anything. The game feels so good. Going through Security Hall and barely making it out because the spawns were really, really bad was really funny. Like, I will say, every game that I had with Author had the most manic energy behind it.
With Author? No.
Yeah, you think? But, you know, you can feel that. And then we get to Space Channel 5 Part 2.
How did that go?
That went amazingly. The game glitched and it started in Japanese, and I couldn't change the options without closing the game. So the game was in Japanese. And my controller disconnected every so often, so I would just do bad randomly at points, and then I disconnected the controller and started using the keyboard and did much better. So I had to relay to people the plot of Space Channel 5 as it was happening while playing a rhythm game. And please understand, we have to save the school children so that we can get to the level with the Space Bird Mistress. So that we can save President Peace, who has the best voice in the galaxy. He's the president of space. And then Michael Jackson, real Michael Jackson, shows up. Voiced by Michael Jackson. And everyone goes, what is this? And then we get arrested by the space police, done by Officer Pine and her cohorts, Sexy 1 and Sexy 2.
If anybody ever tells you that video games aren't art, just point them this way. And teach them the error of their ways.
Please understand, like, imagine Parappa the Rapper, but instead of him going, it's my desire to grow but kick butt all in the mind, it's just Michael Jackson going, hoo 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 hoo, bang bang.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love that so much.
Yes. If anyone only has the time to watch, like, 3 hours, Day 1 Part 2 is worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is Space Channel 5 Part 2 and F-Zero GX. A game that I only played, like, 2 hours of, but knew was amazing. Like, it was one of those games that entered the rental circulation.
Okay, yeah.
And going through that with Tarvold and spending an hour on the same mission, slowly getting better every time.
That was amazing to watch that process go through. Just the moment he told you about the drifting, and just seeing you light up, being like, oh, this feels good. Like, that was just like, oh, that's some childhood nostalgia energy right there.
Yes. Oh, that discovery. And fucking Samurai Goro. He wasn't hard, but the first loss I had to him, where I got to the end, was the most bullshit I have ever encountered in a game. Because I want you all to understand that I am going at my maximum speed. I have passed him toward the end. It is a straightaway. I am at minimum health. There is nothing I can do better. The rubber band AI makes him go directly through me 100 meters from the finish line. He bisects me, I die, and I watch him go. I am going max speed.
Should have played around the AI, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I couldn't! Oh, but of the experiences, that one was an absolute favorite. Let's see, Metal Gear Solid 3? That is a game... Seeing people who don't know me for Metal Gear at all learn what the fuck this game is, as I am bad at it, is wonderful. And just me going around, okay, here's a snake. We're going to trank the snake. Now the snake is in my inventory. I'm going to equip the snake as a weapon. And now we have thrown the snake at the man. Now he's poisoned.
I don't know what you're talking about. That seems like a completely logical series of events right there.
Absolutely. It was a wonderful time. We fan-dubbed the hell out of it, me and Author, just going like, the boss packed me a PB&J. I have it in my rations. She cut off the crust just the way I like it. Wait a minute. There's crust on one side. What could that mean? Just such a fun game to praise. Mario Superstar Baseball, though. People don't know about Project Rio, which is a version of Dolphin that has been customized specifically to play Mario Superstar Baseball online.
Oh, okay.
I had a wonderful full game of baseball with Silvery, wherein I choked the controls, and there were 2 separate comebacks.
Nice!
You know that feeling where there is just this legendary moment where an NPC becomes more than they are?
313 Green Unit? No, I remember that, Archer.
Yeah, no, Green Noki is unstoppable. Not a single ball went past her the entire game. She always got on base. She was there to do a job, and she did her job. And the funny thing of, like, King Boo has scored 5 runners. We are now walking King Boo exclusively.
Oh, it's so nice when little narratives pop up like that.
Yes. Definitely a highlight. Strongly recommend everyone check out the baseball game. Then we played the Toy Field mode, which was not optimized for online play at all. So here are me and Silvery playing against CPUs, and we have like 5 seconds of lag between all of our inputs, but we commit and are just like, what if we score above 0?
I'm just watching a Goomba throw strike after... How does a Goomba throw strike after... Whatever.
The Goomba has psychic powers in this game.
Okay, I see.
You're not going to ask how the Goomba holds a bat?
Well, he's pulling a glove right now. I can see a bat. Just mouth. That makes sense to me.
No. The bat never touches the mouth.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
God Hand is a game that I was bad, but you can see my progression like instantly the moment I'm like, all right, I got it. And indoctrinating people to how good God Hand is the most fun. I also played Blackjack for about 5 minutes. It did... People can understand that I have oh my god, I didn't even talk about in Yakuza that I was going to get there, but then I unlocked poker, and that was 4 hours down the drain. It's just a basic poker mode.
I mean,
However,
if you run into a card game in a video game, you're not playing it right if you don't spend way too much time on it. I bought 1,000
chips, and I came out with 70,000. That's all I can say.
Yo! Nice. Okay.
It went up and down for a long time, but yeah, God Hand's great. Mario Galaxy, what a comfort game. Have not played that in decades. And just instantly right back into it. Like, time melted playing Galaxy.
Definitely a game where that's a huge factor, right? Timeless game. Timeless.
Everything just feels right. It's not like I'm exploiting anything, but everything feels like I'm doing it in exactly the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And then that was Persona 4 next. Super happy with how that one turned out. I had to work a lot to get it exactly where I was with 3 separate save states. Mm-hmm. As what I did was I had a save right before Shadow Chie, and then I had a save right after I did the full dungeon for Shadow Yukiko, but not the boss. And right before you start the sports social link, so that I could showcase the base concept, the social link aspect, and a boss fight.
Okay.
And that was really hard to get set up perfectly with the minimum amount of time. And people are like, why do you like the original version of Persona 4 the most? And I went, because I'm getting my ass kicked a little bit and I like it. Because I had to try to do a dungeon in one day.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow we made a turn-based RPG boss fight difficult and tense. Because I was under-leveled, but I was well-equipped to counter the boss's strategy. Mm-hmm. So it ended up as an insanely close fight that ended, like, right on time.
Nice.
So that's another one I give a big recommend to. And it's just nice. I had King K there as a guest. I had my sister there as a guest. All of us had a really deep connection to Persona 4 in general. And in the middle of it, King K goes, this is a really good idea. I should steal it. And I went, yeah, buddy, let's go. Then was Punch-Out, and of the runs, that one might have been the individual most fun run.
Okay.
Because I had Silvery on for that, I had the Geek Critique on for that, and we had a fantastic time and a great back and forth. It's probably the most content creator-centric brain, but if anyone would want to know how I used to want to join Channel Awesome back in the day, and how every single time that I make a stride to be a content creator, Punch-Out is somehow involved, as well as the most I have ever been devastated by my age. Because that motherfucker, Josh Wall in Geek Critique, comes up to me after I beat Super Macho Man, and he says, you know, Super Macho Man's only 28, right?
Wow, okay. Just went for the jugular with that one.
Shattered. Live on screen. You can see the color drain from my face.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find background footage.
It's toward the end.
Of the exact moment.
Yeah. Just... Oh.
I don't think you can find it without audio, but that's so funny.
Annihilated. But no, there were good moments. Like, I lost to Soda Popinski because I haven't played Punch-Out Wii since launch. And then immediately beat him.
Nice.
It was like... You wouldn't know that scene in JoJo's, but people out there will know that scene in JoJo's where Jotaro is, like, playing a baseball video game, and Joseph goes, "You've never played a video game before?" He goes, "It's okay. I think I've mastered it." It was that kind of feeling.
Nice.
It was good. BioShock 2 did not go great, and it got that part of the stream demonetized.
Ooh.
Because you have a drill, and it goes into a man's skull.
That'll do it.
And I went, yeah, no, that's fair. Still a good game. I should have played that on easy. I was feeling myself a little too hard.
Alright.
Then was Ghost Trick, which Alter and I just did funny voices the entire time. And, like, I love Ace Attorney games where you can just give the characters funny voices. It's my favorite thing.
It's the best.
We got to the dog, everyone. We did get to the dog. So, just know. Just it's like, is me nearsighted Jago. The only things I'm missing are my target and your funeral. Bang!
Love it.
So, that was a lovely time. Did Long Live the Queen? Which was a lovely time of I should have reduced the stream quality so that the chat latency was less. Because seeing chat try to raise a young princess, because it's one of those stat builder games. I put this here in, like, lieu of Princess Maker. Because that was a 93 game, so... And if it was 94, no way in hell I'm picking over Donkey Kong Country. But it's one of those where, like, okay, everyone, she is now morbidly depressed, but that means that she has an advantage in dogs. So I'm going to elect that we raise her in dogs. Okay, she is now so angry that she can no longer go to court. And people are like, let's teach her sympathy. Let's go to the dungeons. And then see that they have accidentally boosted her cruelty to the level where she is now happy because she is poking the prisoners with sticks.
Solid parenting.
And they're like, and chat just goes, oh, that's not what I expected. And I'm like, you threw a woman in prison for no reason. And you cut off this man's head. And then seeing like 10 different stat checks fail was like beautiful. Then Metal Gear Rising Revengeance was next. That game's great.
God, I've wanted to play it for so long.
Playing it for the first time live on stream, it feels really good and really natural.
Nice!
Because the whole thing is just you attack in the direction that someone else is attacking you when they attack. And then you will get through no problem. So it is a full focus and know where you're attacking from. Spike Out ain't got shit on this. It knows exactly what it wants to be. What an exhilarating game to go through. And absolutely fuck up blade mode controls every single time. And yet still somehow I did not die.
Nice!
Rules of Nature, you are right! Got through Metal Gear Ray without taking a single point of damage.
God, every song in that game is so good.
God, yes. What's your favorite?
Oh...
There isn't a wrong answer.
There isn't a wrong answer. I'm just thinking, because there's so... Rules of Nature's definitely, if not number one, top three. Oh god, what's the name of Armstrong's thing? Name's not coming to me right now, but...
The standing
here, realize you were just like... Oh god. And there's one more.
Great.
Oh gosh, the one that plays in the field with the beautiful sunset, and it's a full-on duel. I've seen the thumbnail over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck's its name?
I don't know. I like Red Sun.
It might be Red Sun. Yeah, it is Red Sun. It is Red Sun.
Oh, it is Red Sun.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Those three. Also interchangeable with literally any other song in the game.
No, dude. Red Sun's my favorite.
God, that just drum build up in Red Sun just gets me going every time. I listen to that while I'm at work, and it really helps my productivity.
Mm-hmm. Red Sun is Sundower's theme. I know what I'm talking about. He might not.
I don't. But I appreciate it.
Not. But no, that was great. I was glad to have Tarvold as a coach for both of the games I was really bad at. And then we hit day 3. Finally. And I swear, guys, I only have 10 more games to talk about.
We're getting there. We'll get there.
Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. What a great time.
Yeah.
To prove that I'm good at video games. And then, like, get stuck on a level and then do the sickest gamer shit. I think I got, like, 13 lives bouncing off of enemies in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like gaming, did it. Back to Donkey Kong. I needed Donkey Kong in the thumbnail. No one was going to click on it otherwise. And you know I'm right.
No? Yeah. Marketed properly.
So that was good. And then we got to Undertale.
That was so much fun to watch. just the suffering. I'm sorry, but it's why people love watching people fight Sans for the first time.
Yes, I thought it would be. But the feeling of I'm good at platformers, it's fine.
But are
these people don't know shit. I know what I'm doing. That fight is so good.
It's so good. Impeccably designed.
The way that you slowly get the feel of... Have you beaten it?
I have not.
Okay. But the way that you slowly get the feel of how much you have to press the up key on your D-pad to jump at every single opportunity. The ability to get that feel in and just feel that pressure of maintaining it the entire time is beautiful.
I love listening to as your keyboard hits slowly became harder and more distinct as you started to feel the patterns of the moves.
I have the clickiest, clackiest keyboard, and I'm very happy about it. Because it's distinct. Because right after that was Titanfall 2. Go ahead.
That was so. Which, first off, props for choosing Titanfall 2. I respect the hell out of that choice. 10 out of 10 game. Fantastic game.
The fact that it beat Kirby Planet Robobots says a lot about it.
Yeah, that was so funny, watching someone try to play a first-person shooter game while simultaneously just not even trying to aim at anything. Just full on, how close can I get to this person? Is every enemy melee? Doesn't matter. I'm not gonna shoot this dog until I'm right in its face.
I've got no confidence in my ability to do long range. But you know what I am good at? Platforming and punching.
I'm still so proud of just like, hey... I think author said, hey, they have guns. And it's like, hey, Pyrr, so do you, actually.
Oh, shit.
But God, that level.
Yes.
Just everything about that level. Constantly having to juggle 2 separate combat encounters simultaneously, getting overwhelmed in one, having to go back to the other, getting overwhelmed there, having to go back and forth, trying to maneuver around obstacles where we gotta go through this hallway full of guards, so if we time back, the hallway's on fire in the modern day, then you just panic back and forth because you're getting shot at in the other one.
Mm-hmm.
And just eventually dying because of that. But God, it was an absolute treat going through that and just watching just the chaotic mess of trying to get through that level.
The amount of times I shouted, "Ah, fire."
And like just the setup of it as well. The simple mental idea of being in those soldiers' shoes and just watching this time-splitting gremlin of a boxer just going around punching people in the back of the head, vanishing, punching the next person in the back of the head, vanishing. God, that was beautiful to behold.
Never let it be said that I don't know how to put on a show.
It was a beautiful show. I know. I
played F7 Rebirth. It wasn't out yet when I did this.
This was... I know the numbers dipped because not Nintendo, but like anybody that was even slightly tempted by this game, the crunchiest hits, the smoothest movements, it is absolutely worth playing.
Mm-hmm.
And it was on sale.
Yeah. Very commonly. After that was A Hat in Time. And I think this is my best solo performance.
I would agree with that. I watched the whole thing. It was very fun to watch.
It was cozy. It was comfy. There were heartfelt moments. There were funny moments. I didn't mean to kill that cactus, but I'm glad I did. Like, God, I forget until I get my hands on A Hat in Time how good it controls. Because I still think that Hat Kid might be the best 3D platforming character. It's her or Sybil Pseudo-Regalia.
Not the main character of Titanfall 2?
Nah, he loses a little bit of steam on his second jump.
Okay, fair enough.
He can't jump out of his second jump. I killed the cactus, I went around it, and then I had to go again, and my butt nudged it. I am sorry that my tiny, tiny butt managed to murder an entire cactus. At that point, it's the cactus's fault.
That's victim
Which
blaming
made
right
our
there.
crimes on the Murder Express much more palatable.
You solved the murder.
The murder. Was that your first time seeing that game?
I've played it before.
Okay.
I think I've beaten it.
Okay.
It's been a long time. This was a very nice trip down memory lane.
Good. After that was Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That was Smash Brothers.
That was indeed Smash Brothers. I will say it's been a while since I've had like an actual just skipped right to getting blasted by both you and and Pyrr. I start.
Pyrr me.
I know. It's just because you guys teamed up when you shield broke me, but when there was a chance to do the same, just turn around and smack me in the face again. God, I was so mad.
But that's the best part.
No, yeah, it's been a very long time since I've had a proper, just like, okay, just have some fun with friends experience with Smash Brothers. And you remember that, oh yeah, this is an amazing game.
Yeah.
When you're not arguing about Mario's side special for 3 hours at an end.
I know. We had a great Sora in that lobby.
Oh yeah.
It was so much fun to watch.
Piranha Plant as well.
Yes.
That Piranha Plant was insane.
Yes. And I'm glad that I won a game with K. Rool up throw, because that's the best kill screen in the game.
Absolutely.
That's like, someone has been murdered. And then we went into Disco Elysium, and that game played itself.
That hour felt like it took 10 minutes.
Yes.
My God.
Nothing was accomplished. However,
that game is just a vibe that you just sink into and forget who you are while you're playing it.
Yes. I can't believe that I somehow accidentally talked my way out of running out of the building and jumping into the wheelchair lady. With that said, everyone now has a clear soundbite of me saying, I want to make fuck with you.
I'm so glad you failed that check.
I'll do whatever. I still haven't looked at myself in the mirror in that playthrough. We have no idea what Officer Cousteau looks like.
Yeah, that game's special. It's like in the stream. It's hard to say anything else past that, but you just listen to the narration and just the vibes, and you know.
Yeah, it's a matter of like watching a stream live react to Kuno for the first time.
God, just the realization there. Oh wait, this is live. Uh-oh.
Uh-huh.
Let's not have him say that word. Let's just move on from there.
Yes.
But God, the game's willingness just like, okay, you are going to feel uncomfortable right now, and you gotta deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
Respect the hell out of that game.
Yeah. Then I skipped to Kirby and the Forgotten Land. And that game is Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
We've dedicated episodes to this game before.
Yeah.
What more do you want?
Guess what? Replaying it 2 years later? Yeah, it's still good.
God, I can't wait for the next console reveal for Nintendo, because this feels like about the perfect time frame for Forgotten Land 2 to be part of that lineup. And just, I cannot wait to see how the series moves forward after how perfect this already felt.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Also, respect for throwing away the power-up to have a proper duel against the last bosses.
Oh yeah, no problem. People are like, oh, Cal uses a gun. I'm like, fine, I don't need this gun. I don't need you.
If you want a real experience, though, you gotta do it without using the witch time, either. That's what I did, because I didn't realize that the witch time was a mechanic in the game until after beating the game and seeing other people play it.
Yes. Oh, right. When Tarvold told me about... Were you here for this?
Maybe.
Where Tarvold's son was watching me? Because he comes on during Metal Gear Rising after I have done Punch-Out.
I don't think I saw this, but I can't wait to hear.
And he says, like, no, it's okay. I was watching you with my son earlier in Punch-Out, and then he said, wow, he must be, like, doing a strategy where he's trying to get hit, right? Because he keeps taking these punches. He's really good at getting hit.
The innocent cruelty of the younger children of this world.
Mr. Sandman is really hard, okay?
Alright, thank you for sharing that. That made me so happy.
Yeah, no problem. That's going right in the reel. Let's see. Psychonauts 2. And that's just a visual spectacle of a game.
Absolutely.
Just watching people go, and now we're going down the teeth slide. Everyone hates the teeth slide. There wasn't all that much to say about it, just a lot of respect to give to it as a project. And then was our final segments, which were Yakuza Like a Dragon. Tell me your impressions of that. I think me and Crystal did a really good job voice act. First off, how was my Ichiban?
Phenomenal. That was so fun watching you two bounce off of each other for the voice acting. Loved that.
Thank you.
I opened the stream, and it's this guy in his I'm gonna go find the specific footage for this. Hold on. Just this guy in his underwear begging Ichiban to just hit him. Please. He needs to feel pain. He hasn't felt pain in so long. Lamenting after you beat the shit out of him that he's felt greater pain from a mosquito's embrace, which is a 10 out of 10 line right there.
Yeah.
And then, combining that storyline with a dominatrix who's past her prime in years, and watching those two start naturally come together, I guess.
Oh, but you completely missed the part where his mother comes in.
I was enraptured. I was horrified. I was enthralled. Yakuza is the game of all games.
Yes. And then we showed everyone karaoke, and we did quizzes about lore that each of us didn't know.
I was impressed by how well you did on the Sega one. Like, you clearly... Like, you logicked your way through that pretty nicely.
Oh, the freaking Yakuza trivia, where I'm like, I have only finished this game. Everything else has been Let's Plays.
Uh-huh.
And going like, okay, so Kiryu was the fourth chairman, so logically this character would have to fall in there. And you like this character. So you'd be upset if I didn't pick him and got it wrong, right? So therefore, in order to save myself, and then she goes, well, I didn't expect you to pass. I went, I didn't either. Are you proud? Yeah.
That was an experience and a half. I would highly recommend people check out that portion of the stream.
Mm-hmm. And then God, I was dead at this point, but I did 3.5 hours of Baldur's Gate 3.
I just kept expecting you to call it there, and you just kept going.
Dude, did you see the previous 29 games? I don't stop. I didn't feel my body at that point, but we had a goal and a mission.
It was such a delight to finally have a proper outlet to just gush about that game with other people.
Yes.
Also, your sister dressed up as Shadowheart? That's badass!
Oh, yeah, yeah. And she said the lines before they happened, and I went, what? And then the line would happen, and I went, oh, God. And then I watched the stream back, and I see that she's doing Gale's hand motions as he does them.
God, such a good game. The moment you summoned the crab, the
crab.
Ballad of Nancy, and just watching that just traditional D&D story just naturally develop as just constantly happens through Baldur's Gate. That was the best possible thing that could have happened.
That was the D&D that I wanted. Because the rest of it, I'm like, okay, I'm role-playing alright, but I'm a little bit on rails for this. Outside of, like, I can go anywhere. Except this area. This area will kill me. But let's go toward this area just to, like, tease everyone, and then go back. But, oh my god. The moment where you noticed there's a pinched status that is unique to the crab? I need everyone to understand that crab had 2 hit points and minimal attack, and it has a higher body count than the trained assassin.
Yeah, it killed like 4 people, right?
Yes. 3 in one battle, 1 in another. And understand, we would have lost that battle if not for the crab.
The crab saved you.
Yes.
If you keep going to that, you can, like, buff the crab with so many different spells in that game.
Oh, we gave that crab divine inspiration.
No, but there's enlarge. You can give it various elemental properties. Oh. I think you can stack enlarge, actually.
Oh, I can make the biggest crab. I need everyone to understand the writing for that game is good, but the crab was the best part.
Oh yeah, like, as a game, it does everything it's supposed to do, and it does it well, but it's those moments where some weird shit just propels itself to the forefront and just dominates the next several hours of your gameplay.
Yes. And then we wrapped it up by going back to Fight Sans. Because it didn't sit right that I would turn 30 and I would have not beaten Sans.
And you know what? You tried.
I did really well. I will tell everyone it hit midnight, and I either won or came as close to possible as winning as anyone could possibly do on that fight. And I'll leave it to you to which one happened. Or you could go back and watch. That's fine. His bullshit where he pushes you to the side, he's bad. I'll have time to react to that. It's really fast. Because if you hold it down for too long, you don't have enough time to react to the next one. But if you do it too shallow, you get hit by the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it like that?
Because it's a skill check, and you gotta meet it.
I did, except for that one part. Oh my god. So that was 30 games in 3 days.
A mammoth undertaking, and you pulled it off.
I'm so happy to. That was really fun, and I am going to consider pursuing streaming more in the future. Not enough to interrupt with designing for itself, but I think I have a day. I'm looking at trying to do a consistent stream on Fridays, because I have bosses, like I have Punch Out to beat, I have a Hand Time to beat, that I said I would on stream, and I intend to honor that fully.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'll know. I feel like, maybe just hanging out with people, playing games that I otherwise wouldn't. Like, I have an entire Pikmin series that I'm unfamiliar with. I have an entire Splatoon series that I'm unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
They'll probably start with 2. I have other options. Could play long-form RPGs. I could actually beat Final Fantasy VIII.
Try Monster Hunter. That would be such a fun thing to see someone learn on stream.
You see, you say that, and that's not something that you want to see me play.
You vastly underestimate how much I want to relive someone trying to just bang their head against a wall like I did learning those monsters from the first time.
You vastly underestimate how much I am willing to do that with clunky controls. FF9 is good. FF9 is good. A big one that I was considering due to recent news that we'll get to was Dragon Quest. Doing just a series retrospective of that one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all of that I've talked to, you all can see on the channel right now. It's on my live tab, and we will have a full highlight reel at Designing for you within probably the next month or so.
Nice.
That is video games, and I'm 30 now.
Congratulations. You're officially crushing in your 30s.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we move on to the future sites?
Let's do it. Go.
Future Sight!
Okay, hit me with it. There was a lot this month.
Alrighty. Oh, yeah. Tons of news happened. Some good, some bad, some we'll see. But you spoke positively of that game, Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown.
Yeah, it's a good time for what little I played of it.
Yeah. It seems like it would be a fun game to speedrun, Like, pretty solid. And Ubisoft seems to agree, because they held a competition for speedrunning Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, and they had a $10,000 reward for it. And like that's so good. I'm glad to see that Ubisoft is looking out for the little guy here. Like, they're actually willing to engage with their community. It's not all shady practices with them, right?
Yeah, of course not. Maybe it's a next step for them. You always gotta have faith that maybe a company can do that, new leadership or something.
Exactly. And, they really showed what they're all about when in their very next patch, they patched out everything that the speedrunners used as a glitch. They paid $10,000 for bug testing live to piss off their fans.
Which, just... classic Ubisoft. What else can you say?
Isn't it?
But alright, you'll understand now, $10,000 is the bounty hunting price for bug testing.
Exactly. If you want to completely obliterate your entire QA division, then for $10,000, you can ensure that those people never get a job.
Oh, I didn't even consider it from that angle. Oh, that's totally gonna become a thing now from them.
Yeah, but don't worry. I mean, how many jobs are there in video games? Because, Embracer Group certainly thinks that there are too many because they have cut 1,400 more jobs. But it's no worry, if you're a big Embracer Group fan, if you're pulling for them, if you're the next Deus Ex game is going to be great, well, I have fantastic news for you, because the CEO of Embracer Group was quoted saying, this is verbatim, "Our overruling principle is to always maximize shareholder value in any given situation."
I mean, yeah, you gotta look out for the shareholders, right? The most valuable human out there.
I'm so impressed that they actually said it.
Right?
This is people would say that a supervillain saying this would be a little on the nose.
But no, it's just not. No corporate speak. No trying to sweep it under the rug. Nothing. This is just what matters to them.
If this was the villain in an Iron Man movie, people would say that this is a fake person, that they are too unrealistic.
And yet here we are.
No one would ever say that, and they would be right. But, hey, look, it's not like everything is falling apart. Because we still have these old devs, we still have these classic devs that we appreciate and love, and are a big part of our industry. Famous composers and whatnot, which, would be great, except that Nobou Uemetsu says that he doubts that he'll ever compose for a full game again. His final major composition credit for games seems to be Grand Blue Fantasy Relink.
Those sorts of stories, the Nobou Uemetsu, the Chris... I said Pratt.
Yes.
Charles Martinet moving away from Mario. I see those less as just that sucks, and more okay, what a legacy to look back on.
No, absolutely. 100%. But just... he's the Final Fantasy composer. He's really good at his job.
No, yeah, some of the most defining video game themes out there. That's not up for debate.
And they're good. This man's like, okay, guys, step back. I'm going to write a 4-part opera for the Super Nintendo.
And it's one of the best songs he's ever composed, because he's just that good.
You'd sing fucking mad. Oh my god. Just, what a legendary career.
Yeah.
To end on Grand Blue Fantasy.
I mean, he says full game. I'm sure he'll come in for bits and pieces elsewhere.
Oh, yes,
that's
sure
a distinction.
Be like a guest star role. Definitely.
Yeah.
Of course. But this is just wanting to appreciate it. What is your favorite Uematsu track?
Oh god, you're gonna drop that on me?
I
only have thousands of choices.
Okay, let's what is your favorite song that will inevitably be from Final Fantasy IX?
Okay, You're Not Alone. That's pretty easy for me. No,
Yeah.
you are. Is that what it's called? The Zidane slowly walking.
Yeah, You're Not Alone.
That crushes me. That song crushes me.
Yeah, the one. You know it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But like, God, there's so much to choose from for him.
Oh, yeah. Like even simple things like the FF4 boss theme to Xanarkand. I think if I had to sell on a favorite, it would be Someday the Dream Will End from Final Fantasy X. But
That's a good one.
yeah. God, what a career.
Indeed.
Maybe the Extreme from FF8. It would be a real close race between those two.
Mm-hmm.
Just gosh, what a legendary career from a highly distinguished individual. Can you imagine someone rising up with not that level of distinguishedness, with simple
damn it.
grit, to represent the real man, to represent their clan? Yes, the only clan that matters in fighting games, the Foot Clan. Rising up! Not just for no, but for VTubers. Because Capcom Cup, $1 million prize, has been won by the unsponsored Korean player Uma, taking Jury all the way to the top, beating every Luke, every Ken, every JP on the way there, to win $1 million.
God, I love how much they're supporting those prize pools. Like, hats off to Capcom for that.
Oh, yes, absolutely. But I adore the story that you don't have to be sponsored. You don't have to have a prior reputation. All you have to have is the skill, the dream, and a VTuber hoodie in order to find your way to $1 million. When asked, when did you know that this was going to be it? When did you know that you could do it? And he responded, when they said it would be for $1 million.
Oh, that's such a good line! Yeah!
Yes. He's so real. Best part about it is he was invited, obviously, to the next qualifier because Capcom immediately announced that, yeah, we're going to do $1 million again. Which, good for them. That's a ton of support for that game.
Yeah.
They're like, are you going to go to the next event? He's like, no, I've got to go to a VTuber concert. I have the money for it now. He is living his best life. I believe he spent something like 45,000 yen on super chats immediately after winning.
It's not gonna hold on to that for very long.
Yeah, not dollars.
Okay.
That's someone celebrating their best life and figuring out the way to do it. I'm so happy for it. It's so cool. Also, Ed came out.
Oh, right, yeah. You know what? He looks good. I like his design.
He looks really cool.
The German rapping in his theme?
Yeah.
That's badass.
Oh, his level 3 is the coolest shit.
Turns you into a punching bag.
Yes.
God damn. His victory screen where he like punches the energy coming towards him and it splits into two and explodes behind him.
Yes.
They did
Such
it.
Good frame.
They made Ed cool.
I know. And they're like, they actually added a definitive boxer to the game. So good on ya.
Yeah.
Like, from what I understand, he's like lower mid-tier because he has to commit to a lot of things. I'm told, ironically, like, his standing jab is terrible. And that prevents him from getting started with a lot of things, but he looks cool and fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate that. But you know what, man? With all this talk of feet, you know, it brings to mind a certain little thing in the air.
Why?
A little idea.
It's that
Bro,
chosen.
You need to understand, like, when you think of that, when you think of like a VTuber concert, the idea comes to it. There's like a certain smell they'll permeate. And all props to those people. They can enjoy whatever they'd like. However, wouldn't you love to be a part of that? Wouldn't you love to immerse yourself in the smell of gaming? Because, coming at ya, GameScent AI has been announced, reintroducing smell-o-vision to the world.
You all need to understand, Pyrr has started sharing the news lists of like what order he's gonna put them in now. So I get to see how he's building up these bits. And I'm dying right now.
Understand that I just put these in the order that I find the stories. This isn't planned. This is just me going off the cuff here. But yes, GameScent AI has been introduced, and what this technology will do is that it will sense the sound effects in your game, and if it senses like a gunshot going off, then it will release a vape scent of gunpowder into your room.
Which just... Why?
Well,
I would like to point out the upgraded DLC scent of human exertion.
Yes, I did not read that as exertion the first time.
No, I didn't either.
Exactly, but you can also get golf course.
What? Why that specifically?
Are you a big fan of GTA Vice City? But it's okay, because, like, you gotta imagine, like, maybe sweat being blasted into your face. Maybe people would take offense to that. But it's okay, because, you know, Jeff Gerstmann's got you covered. He did a review of it, because they got a cleansing agent. They'll make the air around you smell not just as good as before you were immersed in the scent of gunpowder and sweat, but even better. With a thick cotton candy scent. And I don't know about you, but can you think of something more unpleasant than artificial cotton candy scent?
I can't see this going well in any stretch of the word. Like, tying it to AI as well.
Think about how many smell-based products have just taken off every time they try to introduce them. Think about Earthbound. This is just building off of what Earthbound established for us.
Like, there's gonna be some sort of health disaster with this. The AI is not going to get the right sense for the right moments, constantly. And that smell's gonna linger everywhere as you're playing. You're gonna have a room that smells like a golf course. And as that smell lingers, it's gonna get worse and worse and worse.
Please understand that one's the best case scenario.
And just enjoy the sense of human exertion in ocean just slowly combining over the months of playing Wave Race or whatever.
Yeah, no, let's go. Chat. What would be your ideal DLC scent?
God.
Do you imagine that, like, imagine you're playing a Kirby game and every time he takes a step, you just have the rubber of his shoes. Because what else do Kirby's feet smell like?
Every time he inhales, you just get a waft of everything he's eaten before that in your playthrough. What's the audience for this?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, imagine that... Imagine the WP grenade scene from Spec Ops.
I had a talk a while ago about just how, like, the whole Mortal Kombat thing, how you have to, like, really get into, like, visual images to, in, like, Dead Space and whatever. I can't imagine what the research process is to get accurate smells. What? Why? For our Monster Hunter game, we visited a zoo and just really wanted to get up close and personal as a lion tore into the kill. Just, yeah. I will say, I would not say no.
Positive spin.
Have you seen, like, Monster Hunter, like, cooking scenes? Where they'll just, like, Capcom food porn of just how good they can make their food look?
Oh, yes. But, like, this has the exact use case of Kirby's Dream Buffet.
I would want to see what it was like once. Just out of curiosity, and then never again.
Yeah.
God, what a weird story.
Isn't it? You know, I feel like Western devs are really bringing the industry down just a bit. Fortunately, we have all our good buddies in Japan who would never, not once, betray our expectations. That, in fact, you know, even if we had expectations for them, they would be cool about it. They would fix things. They would have a good thing. And you know what? The biggest problem with gaming right now is piracy.
Absolutely.
I know. So fortunately, we have our great friends at Nintendo ensuring that those filthy pirates, those dirty washbucklers, will never get their hands on any more video games because they have sued Yuzu, the Switch emulator.
Wasn't it for like 2.2 million or something?
Oh, it was so
unobtainable like that.
It was a civil case, so the courts would decide exactly what the process would be. Essentially, Nintendo was suing them for, since they can't, under current law, prove that emulation is illegal, because it is not. They were suing for the fact that, okay, so Yuzu doesn't give the BIOS necessary, but it does point you in the direction to obtain those BIOS. Mm-hmm. In order to make the emulator functional, and essentially their argument was that is the same as piracy. Which would be rough, but the Nintendo lawyers were actually pretty smart about the statement, which I read pretty thoroughly, and included stuff like that would easily get thrown out, like how Tears of the Kingdom leaked a week before it launch, and how fans had to get off the internet because their experience would be terribly, terribly affected if they saw spoilers for Tears of the Kingdom.
All three of them, yeah.
No, they had a screenshot from Twitter and everything of a fan being terribly, terribly sad. They said they can't allow this. They have to look out for the little guy.
It's a moral obligation.
Which is very smart because obviously that's going to get thrown out, but then the actual factual bits of it would get more credence to be like, well, that's ridiculous, but this part is a lot more understandable. It's a lot of what goes on in like TV pitches when they're trying to push the envelope. We'll go, okay, here's something that will never get through, and then here's a joke that we can just sneak in because it's not nearly as bad in comparison. Matsuo and Trey Parker did it a ton when doing anything for South Park. The intent of this was very likely not to get money from Yuzu, but to completely change litigation insofar as emulation goes. Like, I think that was the clear target here.
And it's an unfortunate precedent that I think is going to get a lot of things thrown under the bus if they can keep that ball rolling.
Did Yuzu profit over it? Yuzu had a Patreon. There is nothing illegal about having an emulator that you can financially support. Project 64, every time it starts up, gives you a 30-second delay asking, will you donate to us? It's annoying as hell, but it's not illegal. And if you're supporting it, that's fine.
Well, they're gonna start trying.
Well, they've been trying. Like, even to this day, you can go on Nintendo's website and they will go, but isn't emulation legal? And they will throw onto you the most doublespeak of, well, technically, however, morally, it really has the same effect. So, in that sense, it is illegal. They did not get this to court. Instead, both parties settled out of court. Yuzu will have to pay Nintendo $2.4 million. They've also ceased operations, closed their Patreon, and removed the 3DS emulator Citra as well.
Which, they don't have 2.2 million. Not even close.
No, they don't.
And God, did you read their statement about it and how just much it bled? Just like, this was written by Nintendo.
Oh, yes, very clearly. From the statement of them getting the lawsuit and going, Yuzu will continue operation as normal, to that statement, yeah. I can tell they're slammed against the wall really, really hard.
Yeah.
Wait, Citra 2? Yeah, its website is completely down. You can check it out right now. It'll have the same statement from their main holdings company.
Yeah. Huge blow against game preservation.
Yep. I hope you never wanted to play SMT4 Apocalypse, or SMT4, or Kid Icarus Uprising on something that won't hurt you, or Kirby Planet Robobot, or any of these games that are incapable of being purchased.
Or plenty of them online, for that matter. Love having feel-good stories. Huzzah.
Man, the games industry is in a great spot, isn't it?
Just the best.
Yeah. But, in this time where we can't count on Nintendo, where we can't count on any of our Western companies, there's one person that we can always turn to. Sephiroth from Final Fantasy VII. Because Sephiroth is a delightful little nyan, and he wants to sell you udon noodles. Cloud, you must eat the udon. Please, just pull up the trailer I have linked to you, so that we can all see Sephiroth try to sell you udon.
No, and he's got the fucking tail and the ears.
He do. He's a cute little nyan.
That's first class sales.
Can we talk about Kate Sith now? No, we have a better cat here.
Honestly, I kind of missed this level of heavy-handed advertising. This is hilarious.
Yes.
Companies keep trying to be like, oh, we'll be really subtle and just put the logo here. No. I want... I'm sorry, I can't. Just the good boy.
So he's a puppy. It's playing on the themes introduced in Final Fantasy VII. Cloud's a good boy.
This is canon, you understand? This is one of the timelines.
Yes.
In the third part, this will be a boss fight. It's Sephiroth's persona. Wow.
Well, obviously Neko Arc reads both. Yeah, in chat, Kate Sith is really good. I'm impressed that it's his voice actor's first major role that isn't live action. I'm really impressed with that performance.
I wish I had a nostalgic tie to Final Fantasy VII, because the sheer amount of things they're doing with that has
You don't need it. It just goes.
No, yeah, like, I can... I'm not feeling the feels, but I'm still Did you see the Genova theme? When that choir hits...
Yes.
God damn. Oh, chills down the spine.
What I saw more of was Queen's Blood. And that's all I need from life.
Someday 9 will get that treatment, right? Or at least a third of that treatment? I can dream.
Good effort, Sweaty. Ah, man. But that's a good story coming from Sony.
Yeah,
what else have they got on the docket?
Nothing but good stuff, right? Sony's been super successful lately.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they would never have to lay off 900 employees at studios including Guerrilla Games, Firespawn, Insomniac, and Naughty Dog, including the entire closure of their London studio.
Right? Like, the CEO just recently visited the London studio, like, 3 days before he fired them all. And they took a picture together, they were all so happy. Like, that would be such a cruel thing to do.
Yeah. And clearly EA wouldn't, buckle down on that and remove 8% of their entire staff.
Well, that is what EA would do, actually. That's exactly what EA would do,
actually. No. That's exactly what happened.
But the hits just keep coming.
The harsh thing for me with this is that you can see in Sony's release statement that they have to make a ton of apologies for specifically the Japanese employees who actually have some level of job security, because the Japanese government requires that there's, like, okay, if they're being let go from this job and your company is not dying, then you have to set them up with a new job.
Mm-hmm.
So there is this specific statement that is like, for all Japanese employees affected, please check with us soon. We'll be getting in contact with you to ensure your transition to your next job. For everyone else, we appreciate your time.
Yeah, just one of the biggest fuck you, I'm not helping you unless I have to kind of statements. And that...
Yeah. Also, EA released every Command & Conquer game on Steam for some reason.
Sure.
Yeah, you could buy all of them for like $15 right now.
Gotta maximize the profits.
Yeah, they're 8% smaller, so...
God, seeing this after the context of the Insomniac data leak, which I read a lot of, and just seeing how they have to talk about the finances and what they can develop, this one hits an extra level of scummy.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure does, doesn't it? God.
Don't worry, guys. All you people studying to get into the games industry, there's like 2 unaffected. Move to Japan. Move to Japan. That's your option.
No. Join an indie studio. That's your best bet. Join an indie studio. Leave when they get bought out. 15 each or 15 total? Total. But yeah, that's real enthusiastic. Anyway, bear story. So Theatrhythm, that game I love.
It's a good one.
I love it. Would you imagine that Square Enix, those sucking soulless bastards, made you unable to play that game for a full day?
Well, yeah, they were busy eating udon after Sephiroth sold it to them.
Yes. So no one was around the offices to note that Theatrhythm was completely unavailable for anyone to play on February 29th because the game's in-game calendar did not account for a leap year.
I love programming little mishaps like that, where you just don't take into account a certain thing could happen, and just watching everything crumble because of that.
Yes. So, for those that are like, what? The way the game works is that it checks a certain calendar date every time that you boot the game up, and it'll give you a little bonus if, like, oh, this is the anniversary of Final Fantasy IX, or this is this character's in-game birthday. So they get a little bonus. And they do that for every single release. And, yeah. because the 29th doesn't exist 3 out of 4 years, they didn't program it in. So when it tried to do that, it looked for, we're looking for something that doesn't exist. So,
Time has ceased to function.
Yeah, this game isn't real. It's working fine now. Now that it's March and time has resumed.
If it's still going, it's going to be really funny when 28 rolls around and they forgot to deal with the problem.
Yes. Yeah. Or it might be offline by then, who knows?
There'll be a new one by then, probably.
Yeah. All right. Now I've got a couple stories from you.
Oh yeah, I had stories, right.
Yeah, you do. Battlefront?
Yeah! There was a Nintendo Direct, apparently. I was not paying attention.
It was like a partner direct, yeah?
Yeah. Coolest thing to come from that by far. Battlefront Classic Collection, the old stuff, both of them are just there, available for everybody, all consoles. I think crossplay between, like, consoles under the same umbrella, which is rad. But, like, these are such important games to my childhood. I think from yours as well. Battlefront 2, just...
Oh, yes. I just wanted to confirm this is the, like, PS2 Star Wars
this is the cool stuff. The
yes,
childhood
yes,
nostalgia.
Yes.
64 against 64, hero battles. Also with, like, the DLC stuff of, like, Asajj and Kit Fisto and hero battles and more than just Mos Eisley.
Ooh.
Which is
I never had
just
that
really
before.
cool.
Do they still have the glitch where Palpatine can force choke you and shoot lightning at the same time?
I think they do, which is really funny.
Good.
I don't have much to say about it from there, but that was just a really nice, oh shit, this is the best thing to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Would I argue it's the best Battlefront game? Not Star Wars game. I think I would. That is just peak Star Wars gameplay.
I think the only argument I would have, and I would have to go through it in full again, would be KOTOR 2. With full restored content.
I could see that argument, yeah. Still, though, from multiplayer
for a lot
perspective.
of people, KOTOR 1, and I won't argue with people who say KOTOR 1.
Oh, right, there was the Epic Mickey thing, too. Epic Mickey got a remake. Yay! That's actually looks good, and it's cool to see that being revisited.
Yeah, I hope the game is good now.
We shall see. On top of that, there was a story that happened that I just want to talk about, because it's a really cool thing to happen.
Please understand to everyone, I only have it listed in the doc as Egyptian Goddess Nut, because that's the only thing I gathered from it.
Okay, so, the video game SMITE, for anybody that doesn't know, it is essentially a MOBA crossover of I think it's Titan Forge Games is the developer, taking various figures from various mythologies and putting them all in one setting to duke it out in a MOBA format. It's a third-person MOBA, which is just weird and interesting.
Mm-hmm. For
all the time it's existed, the reveal trailers for new mythological figures being brought into the game were all voiced by a single woman, Seula Young. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Lovingly dubbed as the Lore Lady by its community. As such, over time, the developers started catching on to this admiration and started integrating her into the game world, having her announce trailers as more of a character instead of a narrator, sometimes depicting her as a woman made of stars and sort of a Marvel's What If Cosmic Watcher kind of deal.
Okay.
And last month, they fully committed to the bit by making her the Egyptian goddess Newt and just making her a full-on character in the game. Which is already awesome to see a community figure just celebrated like that, but committing fully to the bit, she voices her own reveal trailer in the first person. Just full on. Nice. Welcome to the reveal showcase. For me. My passive ability does this and it's just the best thing. I want to start my battles. It's absolutely adorable. I don't play SMITE. Like, I should conceptually. It should be one of my favorite games ever. It's a MOBA that brings all the mythologies together. That's just rad as hell. But I try to keep up with the announcements because it's cool seeing how they'll draw from Aztec, from Hindu, they've got Arthurian legend in there. They've got Cthulhu in there. Dr. Facilier for more voodoo stuff. Like, there's so much just breadth of cultural celebration in this game. And I just like seeing...
Dr. Facilier is a mythological character?
I think he actually is. Like, that's an actual real thing.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Right? You get, like, Gilgamesh, you get Tiamat. There's some polls here. I keep waiting for the day they add Jesus as a healer, but it hasn't happened yet.
Aww.
But I just wanted to tell this story because I think it's always nice seeing a beloved community figure get this level of a tribute.
Yes.
Like, she has been immortalized in this game as the goddess of the sky. Like, how many games can you do something like that?
Yes.
Alright, I got 2 more, but I see that docket. We got some other things to talk about first.
Yeah. Do you have 2 more? I only have 1 more for you.
Do I have? What did I? Oh, it was the dismissive of Nintendo Direct thing I had slapped on it.
Yes,
I miscounted.
Okay,
I miscounted.
Okay. Oh no, you can be dismissive. That's fine. We can just lump all that in because the Mario Day stuff happened today.
Oh yeah. Pokemon Presents. I didn't watch it, but Kalos is back.
It's a Legends game, so it's more mythology based around Zygarde.
Yeah. Which, hey, Pokemon Z finally happened. That's funny.
Good, finally. I'm glad Gen 6 is the one that I like the least, so... But, like, it has some cool... Pangoro's part of that, and AZ is part of that, and you can link a lot of that.
That's a good point, Marshadow. Megas are back. Respect the hell out of that.
You know what? Actually, this is a really fascinating point of Pokemon history to do, just because of the existence of AZ, and, like, the tragedy that happened 3,000 years ago, and whatnot. So, you know what? That's cool. I'm happy that Pokemon is exploring something that is cool about it. It'll be releasing 2025, so hopefully it'll be an actual game. The fact that there is not a Pokemon game this year makes me more happy than any announcement they could give for any Pokemon game releasing this year.
Yeah, I don't have hope, but this announcement has me at almost not indifferent, if that makes any sense. If you can follow up on this, you might have my attention.
Yeah. Also got announcements today that the Mario movie will be having another entry in it. Nothing
Shocker.
more. I know.
Wasn't it also 2026? Like, that's a ways off.
Yeah, I believe it was April 3rd, 2026, so I think like 3 years off from the original?
About, yeah. Which, honestly, I'm glad they're taking some more time with it.
Yeah, good.
But yeah, that's all I remember from...
Yeah, and Thousand Year Door remake will be coming out May, and Luigi's Mansion will be coming out June.
Okay. Neat.
Which, good. I have enough time to make a TTYT video. I was so concerned that it would be one of those games where they go, and now it's coming out today. I'll go, fuck. DK movie? Probably not. DK fans, stay where we've been for 10 years.
Well, the nice thing about staying there is that you can really put down some roots. You're stable. Immovable.
Is that a segue, or...
No, I'm just mocking you.
Okay, great. Because you said it in a tone that was like the infliction that you were going somewhere, and I'm glad that I have to do all the work as usual. And speaking of companies that have to do all the work as usual, Toys for Bob has been an integral part of the Activision engine. They are the Skylanders devs. They made, I believe they're the Spyro Reignited team.
Reignited and Bandicoot.
And then they are the team behind Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time. So they're really good. And after Crash 4, they were folded into the Call of Duty mines.
Because of course they would be.
Yes. However, there is an announcement that they have broken free from their Activision shackles, and Toys for Bob is now officially an independent company. Now, they will still be working with Microsoft to some degree, so they have escaped the antlion's pit to fall directly into the snake trap. But this means that there is a chance that they can work on Microsoft properties. However, there is also the much more likely chance that we will not see them working on Crash Bandicoot or Skylanders or, as some expected, Banjo projects in the near future.
Well, I mean, for that specific outcome, that does kind of make it a little easier. I don't know. I need to see what the next thing they work on is. What they're working with.
Because the announcement that they could be working for Microsoft is like, okay, so they're still making Crash, right? So they're going to make a new Spyro game, right? So they're going to save Banjo, right? But if they make something entirely new, they have such a strong pedigree that I'm just excited to see what they'll do.
Yeah, I just hope they have the resources to commit to that to the fullest.
No Skylanders? No, guys, the IPs are owned by the companies. You think that you go to a company and just because you leave, you get to keep it? Like, is Metal Gear owned by Hideo Kojima right now? Are the Kremlings owned by Rare?
Don't start that again.
Please don't say yes. I don't want to have to explain to people how copyright law works.
Yeah, but maybe a good thing for them? Too early to tell.
This is a great thing. We will see if they survive it.
Yeah.
But in terms of autonomy and the ability to make games and not being abused, this is really encouraging. And hopefully a sign of people looking at it going, we can do that? Because I believe
there's so many studios. I'd love to see that happen.
Oh yeah, I believe that the company that's working on the KOTOR remake just bought their way out of Embracer Group.
I did see that. Yeah, that is an actual news story.
Yes. And they get to continue to work on the KOTOR remake. So
Kojima should be the owner of Metal Gear, though. Yeah, you'd think should, but the should doesn't have a lot of power there.
Yeah. Whew. But yeah, there is a possibility that people have a way out. Cool. And you know what? They have freedom. They have the ability to do whatever they want. And you know what is free right now?
I can't think of a good way. Just say it. It's so wonderful.
That's right. Free right now is the Street Fighter live-action movie. You can look it up on YouTube right now. Don't, though, so you can continue listening to this podcast. But after this podcast, or put it in another tab, you can watch the entirety of the Street Fighter movie online right now here on YouTube for free.
Yeah, it's just there.
You are going to
for
kick
your viewing
that
pleasure.
son of a bitch Bison's ass so hard that the next Bison wannabe will feel it. I watched this with a group. It's still so good.
Nice.
It's beautiful because you can tell the people who know they're in a bad movie, the people who are coked out of their minds, and are like giving a performance that's kind of there. Jean-Claude Van Damme, who is coked out of his mind but isn't trying. And Raw Julia, who is putting every fiber of his being that he can because he knows it's his last movie and his kids wanted to see him in it. So he is overacting more than any human being has ever overacted.
this just feels good. I can't really add much more to it, but everyone can now properly experience this work of art and magic.
Couldn't find it's just a Street Fighter movie, and
Couldn't find out. Okay, hold on. Literally, just ta-da!
Wow. But did find the anime. The animated one is also good.
Yes,
But it's like actually good, as opposed to this, which is good. Just, I'm glad that there's the opportunity to share freedom wherever possible.
indeed. Nice feel-good story.
Yeah, you know what's also a good way of freeing people?
By killing them.
Yeah, firing them completely. Because Warner Brothers has shut down Rooster Teeth after 21 years of content.
That was... Did people see this coming? Or
Yes.
it's just out of fucking left field?
No. This was the most obvious. If they were going to cut something, it would be this. Like, the only leg that they had to stand on is but Death Battle, though.
Is Death Battle dead too? Or is that just splitting off into its own
They
thing?
don't know.
God.
Every single announcement I found from the Death Battle team is, we don't know what the future is.
You just gotta love that when your bosses decide something that completely affects your livelihood and don't keep you in the know of it.
Yeah. But yeah, there is some poetry, as they will be allowed to finish the final season of Red vs. Blue.
Okay.
So there will be a neat little bookend to it, at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
That's a lot of legacy going down the drain. Arguably, it has been going down the drain for a while, but it's still...
Yeah.
It's not a feel-good story.
No,
That's for sure.
There's a reason that when Rooster Teeth was bought by WB, and they bought Machinima at the same time, got it as a package deal, one of those got to live.
Mm-hmm.
Death Battle was only funded by Rooster Teeth. Every statement I found is they still don't know what the status of that is anymore.
Yeah, so, we'll see.
Yeah. But no, that's the end for Red versus Blue, the end for Ruby.
Third show.
Right, that other one that they made. I don't know, it's more of a content legacy thing for me than anything else. And just to say, like, regardless of my thoughts on the individual series, I respect the hell out of what Rooster Teeth did.
Oh,
Over the
yeah.
past 21 years.
Thank God, there was a period of my life where I was watching nothing but Red vs. Blue.
No. I still occasionally like Death Battle for just seeing... just as an introduction to characters I don't really know that well, to see maybe I'll like them.
Or just having fun conflicts between two things you did like but never really considered, like Star Wars
Exactly.
versus the Lich King.
Yeah, that's
That
a
was
fun
sick.
one. Still freaking love Alucard versus Dio.
Where would we be without Superman versus Goku debates? Like that's
In the same place. Much like our next story.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. So guess what I'm talking about yet again.
Is it One Piece?
You would like that, wouldn't you? But no,
I
it's
would like that.
it's
But when it
time.
keeps happening.
It's time for Duke's bi-monthly gushing about Age of Empires. Welcome, one and all. There was a full-on, like, direct, specifically for the series. And before anything, this direct was hilariously terrible. Like, from a presentation standpoint. They had, like, it was that kind of, like, this is what the kids like, right? There was, like, an influencer with his face in the corner for any announcement. I'll show it on the screen now. Like, live reacting to the stuff they're trying to announce, being like, oh yeah, isn't this great cool stuff? It was so cringy. Like, painfully so.
I was hoping that we could fill the void left from those live Ubisoft presentations.
They had their big announcement of like, oh, hey, here's the next game we're working on, and their way of doing that was like, okay, here's 3 character models that we're going to spin around.
Wow.
And that's it. Sure. But more importantly, like, what I actually want to talk about here is something I don't think I have gotten properly communicated. The Age of Empires franchise is 27 years old, with 5 main games in it. You got Age of Empires 1 through 4, along with Age of Mythology. And in this year of 2024, every single one of those games is being updated. 1 got upgraded into Function in 2, 2 is getting a story expansion focused on various historical figures, 3 had 2 new civilizations of all announced, 4 just had a big expansion, and Mythology finally had its big glow-up revealed, and they're going above and beyond for that because, and I quote, because, like, to me, Mythology should have been one of the most popular games out there, and it was kind of criminal to see that it wasn't, which, that's a top 10 game for me. My cold, dead heart started pumping again reading that.
Good.
But the point is, this is insanity. I don't think there's any other franchise out there where every single game in it is officially simultaneously being supported like this. And it seems to be working, because they keep doing it. Like, this has been, like, a year's... Like, when did they start with the definitive editions? Like, 2018, I think? 2019?
Okay.
And it's only been growing bigger. Like, what's the closest contemporary? Blizzard shitting the bed with Warcraft 3?
Yeah.
Smash fans working around Nintendo to keep modding the games?
I guess. Oh gosh, what would it be?
I think Master Chief Collection is the closest thing, and even then that's more of just like, okay, keep the servers live, than any kind of like, okay, let's grow the game further than what it used to be.
Right.
And I really wish this got more attention. It's why I keep bringing it, because I think there's a lot of companies that could easily benefit from this approach. Instead of a sequel, just being like, you know what, this game's still good. Let's just keep... Like, we were just talking about that Battlefront collection. Just a handful of new maps and characters every once in a while. That would be so successful.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if it's a fluke. I don't know if it's an experiment of Microsoft's and they're just losing a ton of money on it.
Well, that would be par for the course for Microsoft.
Yeah, it's true. But, like, more so than just, like, the support of the games. Like, they're actively trying to tie in, like, community-led competitions into it. The Age of Empires 2 expansion was literally them finding the best community campaign maker and telling them, hey, you want to work for us? You got a lot of cool campaigns there. What if we paid you to bring all those professional voice acting, sublime quality across the board, and we're just going to sell that as an expansion and make your stuff an official part of this game? They just Sonic Mania him.
That's old Valve. I like that.
Right? Yeah. Gosh, I wish this was the norm of the industry and not just a one-off thing, because it's so cool to see. I don't know. That's all I got.
Sorry, was that the end of your...
That was the end of the thing.
Right.
Sorry.
There was no segue. There was no life.
Well, I have to change, like, viewer thingies here. I'm transitioning.
Well, yeah, but, like... Okay, now I have to think about... What was the last thing you said? Now I have to do work.
I wish this was a norm of the industry and not an exception.
Okay, but you know who else is updating an old game, but in a way that people might like or might not like?
It's not as well as Age of Empires is.
Exactly, it's not as good as Age of Empires. And that's Persona 3 Reload. Because it was leaked very blatantly within the files that there would be some content related to the Persona 3 FES exclusive storyline, The Answer. We now have confirmation that they will be releasing Episode Igus, The Answer, as DLC for Persona 3 Reload this September.
Which is so fun and exciting for fans, because that means the DLC's not the FeMC.
They have confirmed that there is no chance of the FeMC appearing. They confirmed this on National Women's Day.
Oh, that sucks, but that's so funny at the same time.
Yep, doesn't matter. Junpei Akiko, come in. Dudes rock. Now, this brings me to a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that a remake like Reload should be complimentary of an old game, or do you think that it should be the definitive version of a game that antiquates other versions?
I'm always of the opinion... Well, gosh, we had that remake question last time. It depends. Like Age of Empires 2, that's a definitive edition. It's just the old game, but more. There's no reason to go back to the old one with a new one.
Right.
But Rebirth, you kind of need the old one to fully appreciate and understand where they're going with the crazy shit they're doing with all that.
I'm asking, do you think that Resident Evil 2 Remake replaces Resident Evil 2?
No. I think they're both strong in their own elements.
Do you think that it should? Do you think that that's the duty of the remake?
I think with how they are presenting it, no. Like, oh yeah, this is bringing this up for modern audiences, that kind of thing with like Dead Space and whatever not. That was not what Remake was. That was more of trying to bring like kind of the spark of life back into Resident Evil with all the new stuff and trying to kind of go in a new direction with that. And I respect that.
Right.
From what I saw of Persona 3 Reload, this was very much seemed to me trying to be like, okay, we're just going to bring this back up so everything's on the same level now. Mm-hmm. And I think it has failed in that regard. This isn't the best version of this game.
I would agree.
And that just kind of sucks. Because now it's going to be 20 years before you get to see them try again.
Mm-hmm.
Or 2 if they get Naughty Dog to do it.
Yeah. Well, when you put it like that.
But don't you want to see the Naughty Dog Persona? I can only imagine good things will come from it.
No. Absolutely not. Oh my, no.
But that's just
imagine Naughty Dog trying to handle Persona 4 character writing.
God, the disaster, though. Don't you want to see the world burn?
I am not ready for Naughty Dog Naoto.
But, like, what happens to that character now, moving forward with Persona? Like, because I know she was, like, was she in the Q games or something like that?
She was in Q2 and not the dancing game, despite the other spin-off Persona 3 characters being in the dancing game. To put it in another way, the villain from the second fighting game was in it, and she was not.
I've never played 3, so I don't really have a horse in the race, but from what I've heard of that game, that is just a loss across the board.
Yeah. It's okay, but it's fine because we have the answer.
Yeah.
We got the answer.
Yeah.
Every Persona fan unabashedly loves that storyline.
I don't know if you're being serious or sarcastic right now. I have no idea.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude. You don't know about the answer? Oh, no. There are some people that think it expressed its themes very well. There are other people who acknowledge that it ruined the gameplay to get there. And
Okay.
on one hand, it's not good. On the other hand, some of the people who hate it are coming at it from the angle of people who hate Skylar White from Breaking Bad.
Okay. I think I'm following.
Of why would this character do this?
Ah. Okay.
But it does artificially balloon the game, and like that had a conclusion. It's just, it's an interesting statement of an idea that I don't think pulls it off.
Okay. Okay.
And some people really hate that. Because it mostly has to depend on Persona 3's gameplay that is not the social links. You know, the part that people complain about.
What? I hear nothing but glowing praise of Tartarus. What are you talking about?
But it's okay, because you know what? If that doesn't tantalize you, the rest of Persona's waves will come in. Because you can also get, for Wave 1, music from Persona 5. And for Wave 2, elevator-attendant costumes.
Wow.
Did you consider? Did you think about that?
Excited. I can listen to Take Over in the worst game. Woohoo.
You sure can. Good for you, buddy. But yeah, it's sad that the FeMC gets deleted. But you know who you could be happy that was deleted?
I mean, you want a list, but go on.
That's right. WWE 2K24 has deleted Vince McMahon.
Just entirely. He no longer...
So, here's the thing. WWE games have to mostly be complete by, like, 3 months before they launch. It's why, like, roster changes within those last 3 months never take effect.
Mm-hmm.
The issue was, in the last 3 months, Vince McMahon has been deposed from the company for a second time for the largest amount of concentrated human scummery that I can possibly say. I will get demonetized if I say what he did.
Don't mind me, I'm just Googling. Keep going.
Yeah, but let it be known, it was really awful. Just a horrible human being.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Now, the issue is that WWE 2K24 has a story mode that features WrestleMania and the history of WrestleMania and the road to it and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
It is very, very hard to tell that story without the owner of the company, who was the main villain of the company for about 5 years in storyline, being a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, they just have to censor out his face and mute him whenever he would speak at every point. So there's just a cutscene of Charlotte Flair talking, and there is a censored mystery man, who could it be, right next to her.
God, I'm trying to think of something clever to say, but like, good?
Good! It is very funny that WWE has to unname a person who was very important and was a world champion, because they've already had to do this with another wrestler. And now it is in their history books that they can never cleanly say that the number 1 or number 2 position of the Royal Rumble was won by someone. Because they've had to say, like, only 2 people have won from the number 1 position, and one of them was Shawn Michaels. Now they have to say it for the number 2 position as well. Because Vince won the 99 Rumble from number 2.
Just slowly making their stats guys work a little more outside of the box every year.
They are deleting more and more. God. Man, it sucks to be a fan of video games and wrestling at the same time.
What? Aren't you having so much fun, though? Everything's going well.
Speaking of everything going well for things that will never continue to exist, the Hunter x Hunter fighting game, or the Hunter x Hunter fighting game, will be playable at EVO Japan. Which...
Is there a reason to care about this one in regards to all the other anime fighting games that are constantly released?
This one is 2D.
That's better. Okay, green flag.
That is the most encouraging thing. Every anime fighter that gets released, other than Dragon Ball FighterZ, is a 3D arena fighter.
And it works
That's true for
every time.
Some of them are fun.
Fun,
the
but...
the Kill la Kill one was pretty fun. Some of the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storms are pretty fun. My Hero 1's Justice was shallow but fun. But this one's going to be like an actual video game.
Alright then.
Hey, that's cool. And Hunter x Hunter is a good series that deserves it. Do you know anything about Hunter x Hunter?
Not a goddamn thing.
Okay, know that they stop the plot like halfway through so that they can go into a video game world with Yu-Gi-Oh rules, and that's just the plot.
Okay. Sure, why not?
It just does what it wants, but it will explain the systems in the most excruciatingly appreciated detail that there is.
All right.
Is good. And then we do have one last news story. I don't have a clever segue for this or anything because I want to give it with the gravity it has.
Yeah.
Which is that the artist Akira Toriyama has passed away.
This still hasn't clicked for me yet.
This is one that doesn't feel real to me. Like, of all of the people who have passed and have hurt to see pass, there are somewhere, of course, oh, it's too soon, or oh, it's personal for me. Like, being someone who lived in Southern California when Kobe Bryant passed away. That was I can't understand, this man was culture.
Mm-hmm.
Toriyama-san is someone who goes so far beyond that. His influence to the world is absolutely immeasurable. Like, as with many people, I was introduced to him with Dragon Ball. And oddly enough, through the Boo saga, became a fan of that. Here's my lovely little evil Boo figure. I'm the only person in the world who will have a figure of this version of Boo. But the way that Toriyama illustrated, because he came originally from a gag comic, from a Dr. Slump, the way that he celebrated action was the exact same way that he celebrated comedy. Every action beat was a proper punchline in that sort of sense. And he had a flow and an ebb to it that worked in the same way. You know, fights were comedy, but they were taken with the absolute utmost seriousness. And the legacy that he has had between Dragon Ball, between Dragon Quest, Chrono Trigger, Blue Dragon, Dr. Slump, his recently released Sandland. To say that this is a creator who has had influence on the world stage that is immeasurable and unknowable is... I can't put into words. He is someone that goes beyond what normal human accomplishment would be.
I put him right up there with Stan Lee as just like, okay, you have defined an entire section of modern media on your own through what you've done.
Oh, I'd go one step I think he's above Lee. I think that Jack Kirby is the person that you go to in that sense.
I can see that, yeah.
If not for just, like, the individual impact of something like Dragon Ball. Because, you know, Stanley obviously has a larger individual impact through, like, Spider-Man and whatnot. But through the sheer level of what that inspired and how that allowed art, manga, the idea of his creations to appear on a world stage. Like, this man right here. This man is still one of my favorite characters in anything ever. And look at his face. Look at the expressiveness of this face. Just... I don't think anyone would be where they are today without Toriyama's work. I think he goes beyond having a personal connection and having everything that has spread out and everything you like was probably touched by this man in some way.
Yeah, genre defining.
Absolutely. 68 is far, far too young.
Oh, he was sick. I didn't hear the A. Oh.
68, yeah.
Oh.
No, it was a, it was from a brain-related thing that likely indicates a slip and fall.
Ah.
So.
That's just tragic.
Absolutely. So, I hope that he absolutely rests in peace. I think to leave it is the words of the people who he inspired, including Kishimoto, the writer of Naruto, and Oda, the mangaka of One Piece. And Oda said something that I'm paraphrasing here, going off of memory. I don't have it in front of me, but that I feel embodies everything, which was his closing statement, which is, I hope that the world beyond is as wonderful a place as you envisioned it.
Yeah. Rest in peace. He deserves it.
Rest in peace. Yeah. What's your favorite Dragon Ball? Come on, I can't transition out of this. I gotta appreciate him.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I have watched almost none of it. My understanding of Dragon Ball is very much through the lens of Lythero and his kind of posse's.
That's fine.
Fan fiction
okay.
of him. So
You're allowed.
Android 16 is one of the most important characters, obviously.
That's pretty close. He has a really strong emotional arc.
Oh, gosh. The Frieza Goku versus Jiren fight I have watched on repeat multiple times, because goddamn does that music slap hard.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think, what else have I even seen of Dragon Ball that's outside of fighters? I've watched a lot of, just the amount of things that's been inspired by it is... I can't... Like, okay, that's all Final Fantasy, that's all of Xenoblade, that's Fire Emblem, that's...
Yeah.
Anything Japanese... Like, that's like, okay, take what's been inspired by Tolkien's works and try to pick a favorite. That's too much. That's an entire genre. That's an entire section of modern media.
Yes.
I remember... Like, when I was, I think, 12, there's a top 10 by Josh Scorcher about some of the creepiest enemies in media or something like that. Uh-huh. And I was introduced to Cell draining a dude of his fluid.
Yeah. Oh, Cell's so good.
That gave me nightmares for months. Just so many things of just... God, the slow, just from frame to frame of the dude deflating. It's been just burned into my memory.
Mm-hmm. My favorite moment will always be Majin Vegeta versus Majin Buu. And the final explosion. Which is... Okay, so this was especially cruel, because this is... I grew up with the Buu saga, first and foremost. It was just what was on TV when I was able to watch Dragon Ball. Mm. And there's been the build-up of the inner evil in the character of Vegeta throughout the entire thing, and whether or not he could find it within himself. He's essentially made a deal with the devil to reject all of the humanity that he's had in order to gain more power, so that he can fight Goku and feel good about himself again. Mm-hmm. Because if he can't fight him, there's no reason to keep living. He senses that Majin Buu is a greater threat to this world and a threat to his son and his wife. So he goes there and he detonates himself after asking if he will go to heaven for it, and having a person who is fused with the god of the world say, no. No shot. And he goes, okay, so I won't get to fight him when I'm gone. Okay, that's fine. And this was the first time I had experienced that sort of honor-based loss. And I was left stunned and reeling. And then immediately, on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z, we thought that we eliminated him, but Majin Buu survived. And you get to see him start to regenerate. And I was like, holy shit. But then they ran out of episodes that they dubbed, so Toonami went back to the start of the Buu saga.
Oh no!
So I thought as a child was so powerful that the writers needed extra time to figure out how to beat him.
That's a magical experience. Holy shit.
Yes. So it was the greatest feeling of whiplash I've ever had, combined with the most profound sense of loss. Combined with what happened? No! No! I want to see Evil Kirby again! Why is Gohan in high school?
I'm so jealous you got an experience like that. That's amazing.
It was torture as a child, let me tell you.
Oh yeah, but it makes for a great story now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that's why when people say, you like the Buu saga? What's wrong with you? I'm like, hang on. Hear me out. I have the best setup for this. Yeah, just... That's considered the weak one of his works. But, yeah. Well done. Are you ready to move on to the next segment?
Yeah, let's. What you working on?
Okay, so I've had a couple of delays on stuff, so I'm not sure what I can get out within the next month. I'm just going to be frank with everyone. I don't know if I will get out anything. To supplement that, I will be trying to do more streams. I'm looking at Fridays right now. This will not affect my productivity for Designing 4 in any way. This is essentially me doing this as what I would do for mental health. Mm-hmm. So this is considered like streaming to be like a necessary part. You guys can be my therapy and just, suggest games I can play or whatnot. Yeah. Otherwise, I will state that I am looking to get a video on Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door out before the remake releases. Hopefully, like, within a week of the remake releasing, but know that I am very, very dedicated in order to get that out. I've written multiple scripts. one of which I just finished, and it is longer than the Bowser one.
Oh, God. All right.
It will be easier to edit, I promise. Otherwise, please just stay tuned to Design 4, and I will try to, mingle more. I feel like I've done a poor job at mingling with my community, and I'd like to do that more, so.
Nice. I respect that.
Now, we are the parasocial therapists? No, you still need me, honey. Understand, this doesn't work without me. And you?
I will say, this last week was my spring break, and I did get like 8 minutes of a video done during that time.
Ooh, okay.
However, that came at the cost of throwing everything else out of balance, and now I'm kind of reeling, trying to get level again. So I don't know when or where that's going to happen, and I'm still very much in a sort of... I'm trying to find a job, like, making content on campus as, like, maybe a science writer or something like that, because I feel like that's a natural extension of this. So very much in flux of just, like, what kind of content I even want to make right now. So still,
right.
Duke is evolving right now, and it's a long process, but hopefully at the end of it, we will see something better come out of it all.
Yeah.
And then in terms of March games, Classic Collection for Battlefront, that's sick. I already have 2
That's
on
coming out.
PC.
I'm looking at Unicorn Overlord.
I do.
That...
I have heard lots of good things about that. They're like pressing the right buttons for me.
Yeah, I've heard that it has a 5-hour demo. There's just a 5-hour timer. Get as far in the game as you feel like.
Oh.
So, that's tempting.
That's very tempting. Oh, I wasn't gonna... Okay. Then the Peaches game comes out in March, right?
Yeah. I'm so glad you call it the Peaches game.
That doesn't look good. I'm sorry.
That looks like a bunch of ideas.
Sure does.
I'm not thrilled for it.
Yeah.
After seeing gameplay of what it is, I'm like, that's fine. I've played Wario World. It looked better when it was Wario World.
Oh, Dragon's Dogma. God, I wish I had the time for Dragon's Dogma 2. If this was 5 years ago, I would be all over that game.
I am sitting here in a world where Persona 3 and Infinite Wealth and Rebirth have all come out.
But they're only all like 100 hours apiece. What are you talking about?
Oh, 100 hours is going to be generous by the time I'm done with Yakuza.
Yeah, there's good games coming out. There's just too many that already came out to really get to them.
I'm full right now, okay? No more food for me, thank you. I'm still eating the first one.
Alright, let's hit the bonus stage.
Let's go.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Okay. I think I'll go first with this one. You talked a while there.
Thank you.
Okay, so continuing with my trend of just whatever's came out recently. This is going to be a tricky one to talk about because I want to cover both it and the original, because this was the month that the Avatar: The Last Airbender live action came out. Before anything,
cool. Yes.
Have you seen that?
The live action? No.
You have not. Okay.
No, I've seen the Mother's Basement review of it, though.
Okay, what did Mother's Basement have to say about it? It's just good, bad, in between?
Some things were good. It's a solid 6. And Team Avatar is not great, and Iroh and Zuko are.
Okay, yeah, I think I agree with most of that. But Avatar is a special show to me. So I just kind of want to talk about both it and the live action, just kind of compare and contrast.
By all means.
Okay, so, God, how do I even start a conversation about Avatar? This
You could start with Earth. Long ago, the Four Nations. Then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, could stop them. But when the world needed him most,
he vanished. This show is special to me. There are very, very few anime shows that, maybe none at all, that can hit this level of, okay, no, this is a cultural phenomenon that needs to be respected. That can capture both young and old audiences, present mature conflicts that the older audiences can connect with while still presenting them in a way that a child can understand them, be exposed to them for the first time, maybe grow from them, and not have to suffer as much when they run into those problems in their own lives, which there are very few works of media in anything that can claim to be able to do something like that. And to do it as consistently, with as broad as topics as Avatar: The Last Airbender, going from class struggles to racism to the effects of war to how various traditions can get in the way of your development. It's
my man
insane.
is really going to come out here and go, you know, The Great Divide was underrated.
I wasn't thinking of The Great Divide, but that's fair. I think it's one of the best examples of how to take inspiration from other cultures across the world, put them in media while still respecting them. Like, you got the Water Tribe with more, like, kind of northern Eskimo kind of variants. Earth Kingdom is much more grounded, kind of Chinese. Airbenders are obviously kind of like the monks of like Tibet and that kind of stuff. And they be able to take inspirations like that while still not losing what is important to them, while still creating something fantastical out of them. That's so fucking hard to do.
Yes.
And they did it 4 times. I can say
They
this.
explored it real thoroughly.
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite fictional worlds in general. Like, the world building behind it, just seeing the various ways that, okay, yeah, earthbenders, they use, like, earthbending for those little trains around, like Ba Sing Se. You get these, like, kind of mimicries of real-life technology, but, like, oh yeah, no, they have this kind of fantastical, magical ability that lets them kind of spoof those kind of things. The really fascinating ways that they kind of, like, twist firebending into making hot air balloons work, or just airbending games is so cool to see. I think it's one of the best shows that's ever existed about respecting people with disabilities as, you know, people. Like, Toph's the obvious example, but there's the... Oh gosh, what's the kid's name? Science kid in a chair, he's got the glider. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
People will be missing limbs or have just not be able to hear or whatever. Doesn't get in their way at all. They're still treated as normal people without having some weird kind of put on a pedestal glorification of their problems. Like, it's real. I appreciate that so much.
It's not the 90s feel of there will always be a child in a wheelchair in this group.
Exactly. Teo, thank you. I could not remember his name. It presents fantastic character work across the board. Just allowing every single character to have some kind of character flaw they have to struggle with. Aang's running away from his responsibilities, Katara's temper, or Sokka's sexism, Zuko, everything. And allowing those characters to dynamically learn and grow to overcome those flaws. Tales of Ba Sing Se is still the best filler episode that has ever existed.
It's not a filler episode. That's the character growth.
No,
episode.
but that's exactly it, though. I can't watch it without crying. It's perfect.
That's like saying the filler part of Persona is the social link.
Well, some would argue that. They're only in it for the game.
Those aren't people who are fans of Persona.
No, I agree.
Those are the people who are like, Shin Megami Tensei is a real video game and Persona is fake.
And then on top of all that, it's just a fun show. Like, the humor is on point, the characters are so lovable, the sheer amount of styles it will rapidly bounce between, the traditional, like, debate of, is this anime or is this not?
Mm-hmm.
So many quotes of that show are just embedded in my head. Just, sneak attack, Sokka! It's not a sneak attack if you shout it out loud. My girlfriend turned into the moon. That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy.
Fantastic show. Perfect show. 10 out of 10. It's like my #1 recommendation for anyone trying to get into animated mediums or looking for shows to show their kids, because I don't know if there's anything better than it to be presented with that.
No, my favorite long-term con is the episode where Iroh is like, I cannot find my White Lotus tile. Oh, Prince, you're going to be so funny. It was in my sleeve the whole time. And then that turns out to be something. And it's like, oh.
Oh, it's so good. And then we get to the adaptation.
Yeah, tell me about it.
This... I've never watched an adaptation that has left me feeling more torn. Like, sometimes you get something that's absolutely perfect that gets what the original was,
Yes.
or expands upon it. Like, Arcane is like the pinnacle of what you can do with that.
Sometimes you get One Piece.
And then on the other hand, there's just Halo, which...
Sometimes you get Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah, that's another good example.
So the thing that this adaptation has working for it is that it can't possibly be the worst adaptation.
And on a lot of areas, it succeeds tremendously. Like, the show is gorgeous. Like end of sentence, end of thought. It just is. Like, kind of taking that cultural inspiration I was talking about earlier, seeing, like, a fully realized airbender temple, like, God, just eye candy. There's some character moments and additions that greatly enhance the original. Like, they made it so that Zuko's soldiers accompanying him were the ones that he stood up for his
Yes.
That's amazing!
That's
Holy
fantastic.
shit!
The only bit that I think is better that I've heard was the addition that they made to Azula.
Are you talking about how she was directly responsible for, like, just everything in the first book?
No, I'm talking about how Ozai gaslights her.
Oh! Yeah, I like Azula's more present role in general as well. The little looks of... God, the look on Ozai's face before he burns Zuko. He's still such a shitty person, but you can see that there's still a person behind that, and I appreciate that a lot. It's little pieces like that that just kind of get you thinking like you can sympathize with this person, then he gaslights
Even if I
Azula.
want to assume that he's just purely evil, I can still see him going like, I don't want to scar my prodigy. That would reflect really badly on me.
Yeah. And you have little moments of just like, okay, you're more of a character now, and I appreciate that. They do really just anything involving the Fire Nation characters in Zuko has been just. I feel like this was the focus, and it's obvious. Like, there's a lot more of a conflicted camaraderie between Aang and Zuko. They spend a lot of time with each other after the Blue Spirit Mask escapade.
I would assume so, yeah.
And it's done really, really well. Like, you can see how this will blossom into how they come back together in Book 3. And there's a lot of smaller things, too. Like, they make Yue a waterbender. Which, like, yeah, that makes sense. She's literally the moon spirit. They have her waterbend ice cream as well, which is adorable.
Oh, that's cute.
There's a lot of other small... Like, Aang gets to talk to other past avatars. That's also an awesome...
Question.
What's up?
Why is Secret Tunnel in this?
Because it has to be. Which...
Well, yes, but they have the second season. Why is it here now?
Because they gotta have the reference. They gotta have the joke. You gotta have the cabbage joke and really lean into it. I'll be like, oh yeah, fans, you're gonna love this.
Well, that one I'm fine with because that's the same voice actor.
That is awesome.
That's just the
I
same
do love
man.
that.
Yeah, I love that. Like, yes, you have to have my cabbages.
There are a lot of things like that where it kind of feels included out of obligation, not out of a stance of passion, if that makes any sense. Like, the prioritization feels a little scuffed in how it was implemented. I don't know if that makes sense, but there's a...
No, it's with
8
book
episodes.
1 specifically.
And it's just... doesn't feel a lot of time to do what they want to do, but at the same time, I feel like this show doesn't always understand why Avatar is so special. Because for one, this show is not accessible for young audiences. The amount of just immolation, screams as you were burnt to a crisp. I wanted to show this to my nephews, and it took like 10 minutes of the first episode to realize that, oh no, we gotta move to something else.
This that disappoints me because then that feels like a bridge of like, this is Avatar, and you don't have to be embarrassed that you're watching a cartoon.
There's a couple swears in there as well, which I would never complain about swear words in any other medium. Feels weird in Airbender.
Well, yeah, because it was unnecessary. Actions did it. Well, let me ask: is there a character that isn't Zuko that swears? Because I would let Zuko say "fuck" once.
Sokka a couple times.
Okay, that kind of makes sense as a replacement for the character that they took away from him.
Yeah, there's a lot of character stuff like that just kind of gets lost, especially with smaller ones. Like Roku's fatherly role to Aang as being like the past life is just not there. It's just not there. Boomy isn't Boomy. He's just old bitter man.
I heard that they changed his interpretation.
He's just a different character. Looks the same, different character.
Is he interesting?
Old, grizzled veteran from past. No.
Do they play with the disillusionment in any interesting way?
Not really.
Does he become Boomy after his character development?
No.
Oh.
It's just not Boomy. Hey, you're gonna love this. Given her role of teaching Sokka the error of his ways is gone, Suki is just there to fawn over Sokka.
Oh, they made it worse.
Yeah, which, good job removing the sexism. That's obviously bad. Also, they removed the conflict of, like, Katara and Sokka arguing over that by just getting rid of Katara's temper and headstrong nature. So there's not, a balance there. Not until it's the girl power moment of where she has to go to Paku and be like, no, I am a character. Past that, she's just kind of there. And it really sucks comparing to what she used to be.
Oh, so they added the sexism back. Good, because I was so worried that they would do it as well. I'm glad to hear that it is, in fact, worse. And is now implicit.
Yeah, Katara isn't a teacher anymore, because Aang doesn't learn waterbending at all in the first season.
To be fair, she didn't really teach him all that
much. I know, but there's no longer the conflict there of just him picking it up effortlessly, because he just doesn't learn it at all.
Oh, how can we do it without push and pull the water?
And even the smaller... I think Zuko is the only one I'd point to. Like, you're perfect. I love everything they did with you. There's just a lot of smaller things where, like, Aang doesn't have to learn about shirking his responsibilities because he never ran from them in the first place. It was an accident to get trapped under the sea. Iroh is... I can't put my finger on it. He's still good. But in terms of the wisdom he presents, it's a little... if drunken boxing was a way of imparting wisdom to others, he's like 50% of that now.
Okay.
You kind of get the same level of like, oh, he's kind of a doter-year-old fool, but he actually knows everything. It's just kind of...
Is he more Miyagi than he was?
Miyagi? Remind me?
Mr. Miyagi, Karate Kid.
Oh, a little more. Yeah, he's...
Okay.
Little more serious, which live action they all are, but like for Iroh especially, is it does not bring me joy.
Oh.
Which is bizarre, because I watched it alongside my dad, who had never seen the cartoon before. He loved it. Just absolutely...
Okay.
Like, all the emotional beats hit him. He loved the world. He loved everything it was presenting. So I still think it's succeeding at what it's trying to do. I think it's going to bring more fans into it. Like, he wants to watch the cartoon now, which, like, you know what? If you have an adaptation, wanting to see where it came from is the victory.
That is what I was going to ask, because it reminds me of when your brother tried to show him the animated One Piece.
That did not work as well.
I am sure it didn't.
It's such a push and pull. There's beautiful moments where, like, oh my god, not only did you nail it, you made it better than before. Again, that simple change for Zuko and his crew, that's just better. That's just better.
Yes.
And then there's little deaths of 1,000 cuts. They kill Yue's fiance for more of a hit, more of an emotional beat.
Okay.
A lot more just grief, but not in a way a kid can handle it. Which, when you're for this product specifically, I think is a failure, because that was what the original did wonderfully.
Yes. No, I wouldn't want Avatar for men.
It is a little bit of that.
Fuck.
Which is weird because of the ways it treats sexism at the same time.
Exactly. Avatar for men!
Do you remember how I think his name's Paku, the waterbending master?
Yes.
The way he gets over it in the show is that he sees Katara's necklace, the one he gave her grandmother, his old betrothed, and just leads to him realizing the errors of his ways, how he's pushed the people he loves away through over-reliance on tradition.
Yes.
In this show, it's very much more just a heavy-handed, Katara gathered all the female waterbenders together, and just like, this is the right thing, do the right thing, and he flips on a dime, because water is the element of change, and he's supposed to change.
Good for him. Whatever. What? Let's abandon the world. Yeah, okay.
That helped me put to words something that's been bothering me for ages. When you have shows like... Hold on. Like Arcane with its conflict between Piltover and Zon. Or The Expanse with its conflicts between nationalism and deterrence. Avatar: The Last Airbender with just about everything. They take the complex subjects and say something about them through the characters. Like Caitlyn and Vi, they learn from each other that their simplified views of their respective factions just aren't true. It's more complicated than this. The Expanse, people constantly die because of a leader's insistence to be like, it's Mars first, it's Earth first, it's the people of the Belt first, and it leads to suffering. I don't need to explain Zuko's redemption story. But with a lot of modern media, this live action being the latest of many, they're presenting these sorts of lessons using the characters not as a conduit through the story, but to kind of present directly to the audience the lesson. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like, talking directly to you instead of to each other.
Yes.
And that's just a worse way of doing it.
The characters don't exist to teach each other the themes. The characters are the themes. And are like, do you get it? Do you, out there, get it?
Yes, understand what we're going for here. Instead of having to take the time to show how a character could learn about an issue, what would lead them to here, how they could get out of it, like, writing. It's just throwing the problem, presenting it to the audience, and see, this is the lesson, now you go embody it. And that just doesn't accomplish anything.
Well, it's expecting less out of the audience. It's expecting that the audience will be too dumb to understand your point. And in a lot of cases, the far extreme of the audience will miss the point.
Or get antagonized by it and get worse.
Yes.
I don't know. It just... For what Avatar did for me growing up, it makes me sad that important life lessons are becoming shallower to the point that I don't think they're going to work as well for the next generation. That's my take. That is my stance here.
Yeah. I think that's a fair one.
I don't know. I say all that, and then I watched the cast's reaction to getting season 2 and 3 announced, and it makes... There's so much heart being put into so many elements of the show, but there's so many things it's also missing, and I can't quite land where I feel about it. Because I have no hope they're going to get Toph right. I just don't. I don't think they're going to nail that.
Mm-hmm.
But I also want... I want to see this Zuko continue. I hope it gets better. I want to see it continue, but I want to see it get better.
I don't mind just liking parts of things. I don't mind just going like, I can't grade this in its totality because this individual aspect is much better than everything else surrounding it. That's totally fine for me, as long as following that isn't something that you're doing out of spite. Then I think that's all right.
No, this isn't a Rings of Power. This is much better than a Rings of Power.
I think it's just important to be honest about your feelings and then let other people be able to be honest about their feelings afterward.
Yeah, I think I would still recommend fans of the cartoon to watch it, if only to get their own opinion, because I've seen so many sporadic takes about this, and some of them are just kind of dumb. Some of them are just kind of dumb. And
yeah,
there is good here. There's absolutely good here. At least watch episode 6. That's Zuko's blue mask. Blue-eyed what the fuck's the name of that?
Blue Spirit.
Oh yeah, it is just the Blue Spirit. There's not a third word. But yeah.
Why are you trying to make him part of a Yu-Gi-Oh archetype?
Blue mask, red scar. No. Well, no, at least watch that one, because that's the best one, by far. Oh, yeah, it's probably the most interesting adaptation I've ever seen. And for that, at least I can appreciate for it. It made me think, and I appreciate that.
Neat.
What you got for your bonus stage?
Alrighty. So, finally, I decided to not do something recent so that I could avoid having the same thing as you for once.
Wait, didn't you want to talk about
I got
Avatar
sick
more?
and tired of the idea. No, I'm good. I'm not as into the universe as you.
You can complain about Korra.
I can complain about Korra. Oh, shit. But Season 3's really good. Even if what's surrounding it isn't.
Red Lotus members are fantastic.
But no. What I'd like to bring to the table is, I watched this anime when it came out, and then I reread it recently.
Okay.
And, that is to... Before I say anything about it, I want everyone to understand that I ugly cried the first time I finished this, and then rereading it, knowing exactly what happens, I ugly cried again, and it took me an extra hour to get to sleep.
Oh, damn! Alright.
And this is Assassination Classroom.
Oh!
Are you familiar at all with Ass Class?
I know the name. I don't know much past it, but yeah, I remember this yellow face. This little emoticon-looking dude with the weird arms.
Yes. So, the idea of this manga is that is a genetically altered life form that has destroyed the moon. He has successfully Dr. Eggman'd the moon.
Is that why he's yellow?
And he goes, all right, I am going to destroy the Earth. However, I would like to teach this very specific junior high classroom, please. May I do that, please? That way I will not destroy the world.
Okay.
Until I mean, I'll give him a year. So they go, okay, we are going to teach the students how to become the best assassins possible so that they can kill you. And he's like, awesome, that's what I want. Can I teach them how to be assassins too? And they're like, what? Yeah, sure. Okay.
That's an amazing premise.
It is a goofy thing. I will warn everyone who has a low tolerance for anime that it does have anime. The main character is a tentacle monster.
Oh, God.
He does. So if there is a female adult character, they play with it, laugh at it, and move on.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, and the idea is just this group of 20 children has to learn how to assassinate their one target who can move at Mach 20 and seems to know everything. The thing about it is that every one of these students has been essentially designated a failure by the educational system. They've gone, you have failed, you are in the bottom class that we can possibly do. You are here to make the other students in this private academy feel better about themselves.
Okay, it's just kind of a group of misfits kind of vibe.
Think less the Breakfast Club and more a group of people who have been so beaten by society that their depression has prevented them from thinking that there is hope for their future.
Okay, alright.
And it starts with the main one of the class that we follow, Nagisa, strapping a grenade to himself in order to try to kill their sensei. And being like, at least this way, maybe I can be useful. And in episode 1, Koro-sensei saves his life and is like, it's okay. That was very brave and very strong, but I never want to you to endanger yourself again, because you have so much more value than you think. And he will go around to every single one of these students and individually break them out of their funks as they try to kill him, as they slowly try to get better.
Huh.
And they
Okay.
try to realize what is best about themselves. Koro-sensei is one of the best mentor characters that I have ever seen. To give a simple example, one of the misfits has been kicked off of the baseball team. And because of that, they fell into a depression, and their grades fell, and they went to the end class. And he's like, but I still really like it, and I'm still trying. Maybe if I load this with anti-sensei bullets and throw a baseball at him really hard, I can get him. And he fails, and he's like, I see you've modeled yourself after your favorite pitcher. Unfortunately, I have to tell you, you will never be as good as him. I see how you're trying to do it. Your muscles just won't develop in that way. And they're like, how you know that? And then they have a comedy scene where it's like, oh yeah, I flew to America and I felt all of his muscles in the middle of a game while he was pitching. And, I just wanted to make sure, yeah, you don't have a chance. And they're like, damn. Facts. And he's like, but he only is pitching a fastball. You're trying to emulate your hero? And that's good. That's good to have a goal. But you have to consider your own strengths. You have to consider that you have a much better curve. You have better flexibility in your arm than your idol. You can be better at him in this one way. It's that you've narrowed your thinking to doing this is why you're struggling. And you see that character taking that approach and continuing for the rest of the story.
Huh. And this is still the creature that they have to murder at the end.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
This comes with the understanding that at the end of that the story can only end in a handful of ways. And coming to the realization of, oh no, at first we were like, we can get a lot of money from the government for killing this person and be set for life. But at the same time, this is what we want. We have never been impacted more. This story has hit me really hard in the ways that it studies a ton of themes. In specific, the theme of a parent trying to live out their life through their child and going like, you can go to the school that I was not good enough to get into. I've set up an interview for you. Why don't you appreciate it? I have made all of these sacrifices so that you can thrive. Why would you be upset with me? And navigating that in a way that is honest toward both parties and the pain that they hold and what needs to be overcome in order to both articulate for yourself and not necessarily hope that they'll recompense, but create an environment where you both can move on from it. And if not, where at least you can move on, is really deep and wonderful. It's just cleverly written. The humor is hit and miss. The mangaka started by working on the absurdist manga Bobobo, and there's a bit of just that sort of absurdist humor to it in there throughout. There is a character who is there to be a sexy female assassin, and she gets plenty of character development, but she is mostly there to be a sexy female assassin and be the butt of jokes.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not saying that this is a series for everyone, because there is a level of tolerance that you have to give. But I am also saying that I have never seen a class test depicted as a battle against monsters where each question is depicted as a monster hunter enemy that the class is using their collective knowledge to defeat.
You are speaking my language with that.
Aren't I?
I mean, like what you just said, like, it's okay to appreciate parts of something. Mm-hmm. And it seems like the things that are worth appreciating here are really worth appreciating.
Yeah. It is a story about not understanding that you may not have the proper path to move forward in the way that everyone expects of you. But if you have a path that works for you, then communicating that path to others is the way that will get you to where you need to be.
Oh, that's a good message.
Yes.
Gosh, that's just Duke Attempt 1 and 2 at college, before and after.
As I've said, I have violently cried over this. It makes being attracted to boobs a tragic plot point. And I don't know how it did that. But on rereading it and seeing what it's leading to, I'm going like, oh shit. Oh goddamn. Oh, they had me in the first half, not gonna lie.
That's hilarious, okay.
It's only funny when I tell it to you.
And it'd be depressing when I saw. I'm sure.
No, it's not even depressing. It's like, oh, that's what. Oh, I see. The fact that it has successfully disguised plot points behind comedy, and the fact that I can go to any one of the students in this classroom and probably tell you what they're about and give you an episode of what their character arc is like, speaks to its strength.
All right. I will say that, and the long list of things you've tried to get me into, this one is... God, that premise is so good. I'm having a hard time moving past that, because goddamn, that's so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Also, is that right above the L? That's a poster of it, right? I see the yellow swoosh.
I have an Assassination Classroom wall scroll right up there. It's a thing that means a whole lot to me.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. Right up there above my Kiki's Delivery Service Laserdisc.
10 out of 10. Love it.
And next to my 20th anniversary Kirby, what's it called? It's like a
oh gosh, that is Kirby!
Yeah.
I couldn't tell, but now that second you said that, I was like, oh, there's King Dedede's color scheme. There's King Dedede's color scheme. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Beautiful. Love it.
Yeah.
Alright, anything else about Assassination Classroom?
There's a lot I'd love to say about Assassination Classroom. There's a lot I shouldn't say about Assassination Classroom. It's got really good action scenes, and it uses the fact that the protagonists are children and are lacking in power to make things so much more painful and feel so much more hopeless. Because imagine, like, your usual anime boss fight, and now imagine that you're, like, 12.
Oh, God. I do appreciate that, though. Like, creating...
And imagine that the boss is like, I can beat up this child so good. I am so much stronger, and it will make me feel so much better about myself.
Alright, so... really intensifying the obstacles that they have to overcome to make the actual overcoming feel that much better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I will say that if anyone wants to get into this or is curious about it, I recommend that you watch the first credits sequence of this show, which is just a lovely little song called Hello Shooting Star, wherein the students are all drawing little pictures on a chalkboard of their time with Koro-sensei and are singing about how it is okay that their lines are imperfect, that they have to try again and again. Because that embodies the heart of the series for me.
Mm-hmm.
And it is something that, like, if it came on randomly, my spine would shoot up and I'd be like, I have to go somewhere else if I'm in public right now. I'm not ready to have an emotional reaction today.
Okay. I think that's worth recommending. Absolutely.
Yeah. Again, it's something that will take some getting through some anime-isms to fully enjoy. But especially toward the start where the premise is not immediately paying out. Like, I think the first 2 episodes are pretty strong for it, but it takes a little bit of time. Where I went, oh, is this not as... Did I just look past all this? And I went, yes, I did, for good reason.
All right. Excellent.
Yeah. That's my endorsement of Ass Class.
Love that abbreviation so much.
Yes. Right?
All right, let's hit the comments.
Yeah, let's wrap it up.
Okay. Whoops, not that one. Transition to the wrong thing. That's great.
Cool.
Before we start, I didn't notice that Tarv tossed money at us. Thank you, Tarv. I love money.
Yes, no, I made sure I gave him a heart in chat.
Oh, I see it. Thank you. I completely missed that.
Yes.
Alright, but starting off today, we have a comment from Dixo.
Okay.
What's something you used to think you were bad at, decided to do it on a whim, and then got surprised you actually aren't bad at it after all? I think that's a fun question.
That's the opposite of my life, not gonna lie. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty good. Oh, I ain't good at shit.
I can't say one for me.
Okay.
I was, still probably am, hyper introverted going through grade school, but I had one English teacher, hands down the best teacher I've ever had, that was giving out roles for, you have book readings where you give each student a role as the part to play, like theater work, basically. And gave me one of the main roles, which terrified me, because I hated stringing more than 2 sentences together in a row. But the story was about a trial in, I think, 18th or 19th century America that was about basically teaching evolution in schools. Like the whole conflict between, okay, the Bible says no, but science says yes. And it's just kind of a twisting of, okay, but the sun and the moon didn't exist until the 3rd day, so days mean nothing in this context. So there's plenty of time still for this to happen. And just kind of spoke to my experiences in life, and just something changed in me. I killed that role. Just a full moment of like, oh gosh, this feels good. I like this. As long as I have a script, I can perform. I can do this great. And I completely credit that teacher in specifics for eventually getting me to started making my own YouTube videos, because I didn't realize that was something I could do until that point. I had a stutter my whole life. I never thought I could narrate, but here we are. Thank you, Miss Muleston. I appreciate that immensely.
Good. No, that is a very solid thing. This, in general, because there was a part of my life where I withdrew so completely into myself that I did not speak. Like, I could say maybe 4 sentences a day. So being here, every time that I get a comment that says, you don't understand how to speak, I'm like, you're right, I don't. I'm totally retaught on how to do that. Speaking is my second language.
As a fellow typing is my first, I get you.
But the feeling of getting there has been wonderful. Something that was very, very recent for me was painting and makeup. Because I have been terrible at arts and crafts. I'm someone who follows all rules to a letter, and somehow every arts and crafts project I've done turns out ugly and misshapen. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but somehow it turns out hideous. However, when I had a crunch and was making those cosplays, I created nice even coats. I was able to manage layers very well. Originally, my sister was supposed to help with my K-roll makeup, but she was unable to make it out to MagFest. So I had to do that all on my own the first time that I had applied proper full face makeup to myself beyond just like regular powders and whatnot. And you know, I find that the version of me that is under pressure to do things can do shit like playing 30 games in 3 days. Can do things like do makeup that's pretty good when I have never done makeup before. Like, when push comes to shove, I'm pretty good at getting something done.
It's fascinating how that works psychologically, because like, I feel like you can relate to this. Normally when we're doing stuff like this, where it's kind of fully based on our own motivation to just get it done, we kind of want it to be the best version of itself that it can be, and kind of back and forth, constantly second-guessing. As soon as there's a hard deadline, a hard goal, something just clicks.
Yes.
Like, I made that... How much of that Bowser video did I make in 2 weeks?
You made, like, what? 75% of that whole video?
35 minutes?
Yeah.
If I could do that normally... It's insane how that works. Just how the brain just zeroes in and be like, no, it's just makeup. I can put on makeup.
Yes. Like, I have a basis. I have an idea of what I'm doing. With that said, I need an idea of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
If you just throw me in and say, do this, and I have to look up the instructions, I will hit the first obstacle, and my brain will go, I can't. Let's, what's on YouTube? Oh gosh, thank you. Thank you for being there, Scott's Thoughts. Now I can see how fast that you can beat Pokemon Yellow with only a Grimer. That has been my go-to procrastination. Thank you so much, Scott.
Yeah. I think the moral of this little question and story is that don't think about it too much.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of in the same way... Oh, I just saw this. Someone inversed placebo to create a nocebo, where if you think you can't do something, you won't.
A placebo?
Oh, I like that even better.
There you go. This is why I'm here. Give me that $5 from Powervold. I have earned it.
But yeah, like, if... Just keep doing it. Skill doesn't come quickly.
Exactly.
Right. Grab from... We've been asked this from Travis Nakahira a couple of times, what kind of Pokemon gym leader would you both be? But then it continues on which one would win in a Pokemon battle, and that's you, 1000%.
Oh, yes.
You would destroy me.
Hang on. I would win, I think, 8 out of 10 times. Because the other 2 times, I would try a bullshit gimmick strategy for content, and it would fail.
Okay, I like that. From Magic Ice. Specifically for video game songs, but could be for others if you really want to, has there been a song when you first listened to you didn't really care for, but when you heard a remix of that song, you appreciated it a lot more? For example, I didn't care much for Route 10 from Black and White, but when the Smash remix came out, I went back and enjoyed the original a lot more.
I think it's more that there are tracks that I just don't think of that like left no impact, but there was a remix of Peanut Plain in Kirby Triple Deluxe that is done over an ice area and is very delicate and beautiful. And that one, the first time I heard it, I cried. Because I was like, oh, this embodies all the feelings that I have. Oh god, no. Oh no. Same thing with most of the tracks in the Dynablade section of that game will get me in that way.
Dissidia had a lot of those for me, because Dissidia was a lot of my real exposure to what Final Fantasy actually was. I heard all the songs before, but that was in like isolation, so I didn't really have any context for them, any of the characters, any of the moments, the emotional impact.
Right.
So it was a very nice kind of tie-in to hear, like, oh, I don't know, Genova was a big one.
Mm-hmm.
It's like hearing what it could be, and then kind of appreciating the kind of alien nature of the original theme so much more.
Yes.
What's Kuja's theme?
Dark Messenger.
Dark Messenger, that's another big one. God, that theme's so good.
God, yes, it is.
I didn't really appreciate Fire Emblem Three Houses soundtrack until I saw how much people were just loving making remixes of it. Something about that didn't really click until I saw just like Claude's voice actor singing the final battle theme of his
God-shattering star.
Yeah. Then whatever roadblock was there before just completely melted, and like, oh yeah, no, this music is actually excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, might as well grab this from Marshadow. Opinions on Kate Sith from Final Fantasy VII and Vivi from 9. Vivi easy. Perfection. Yeah. Just absolute perfection of a character.
That's a perfect boy. That's a boy, that's a lad. I wish nothing but the best for him.
He won't get it, unfortunately.
Keishi is the funniest motherfucker in the world because you have to consider that he is a robot that is being controlled by a man who is a middle manager who is intentionally putting on a Scottish accent for no reason other than he wants to roleplay. But now, you could consider that a vocal filter, but there's a time in Dirge of Cerberus where Keishi is transmitting a signal from himself, so he is filtering through a Scottish accent to his regular voice again. For no reason.
From what I literally remember of playing through Final Fantasy VII, definitely a character I didn't really pay much attention to at all. But seeing it brought to life in the remake, that's so much fun.
Oh yeah, Rebirth, Keishi, I really like. He's incredibly charismatic. One of my favorite vocal performances from the game. I do think in the original game, he is overshadowed a lot just because a lot of the other characters' development is a lot more forthcoming. And it's difficult to sympathize with Shinra at all. Even, like, the good one, supposedly. But I'm sitting there like, yeah, but Barrett is right there. Tifa is right there.
Mm-hmm.
Nanaki is right there. Sid, okay, you're better than Sid, but... like, whereas I would view the original version of him as, like, about on par with Yuffie in terms of impact, of, like, they're mostly there to be goofy and fun. I really like Rebirth Keishi, and I've really liked the development that he's received, and I like his stupid Scottish accent that adds so much to him.
Indeed. This is a silly one. You guys swapped and had full access to each other's YouTube channel for 24-hour day. What would you guys do?
You can't make a video in a day.
I was about to say, yeah.
Are you mad?
What kind of superhumans do you see?
Yes. The worst is be like, I would look for what's good in Utah, and then there would be nothing. I would go to bed. And I don't know. Leave Crash 4 open on your PC or something?
Yeah, definitely a lot more of just PC sabotage. Of just like, okay, play this game now. You don't have a choice. Rather than a week, yeah, I gotta have longer to make a real video.
When have I made a video in a week? Ever? Other than Donkey Kong December.
Okay, could I do something in a week? I might be able to turn that Sandro story into a video. That'd be fun. If you're asking in terms of like, okay, what kind of content do we put on the channel, that's probably like, if not the top of the list, close to it. Talking about Los's story and Divinity as well.
Let me think. What would be good as just a conceptual?
Monster Hunter Elder Dragon stuff. There's some funky lore behind Monster Hunter. It's like technically post-apocalyptic. Do something fun there.
the concept for a One Piece game starring Crocodile as like a world conquering / expansion / infiltration kind of game.
God, a One Piece kind of world conquering RTS kind of deal, though.
Yes,
That'd be
sort of like
a
Manage
ship
Your
version of
Spies
that.
kind of game.
It's like
Yes.
Warcraft 2 kind of ship battles. Oh my god.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's so good though. That's so good. Can I take like Star Wars Empire at War, but make it ship based instead? Like naval battles. Oh, that's juicy. That's delicious. Making that related to channels then? I just enjoy being in California. Utah weather's terrible. It's dry, except for when it isn't, and then it's just cold. Air quality's terrible.
We would see how much is in each other's bank accounts, and one of us would cry.
I think we'd both cry, man. I'm a student. Yeah, I've been stuck in a desert my whole life. I'd love to be able to just spend time next to an ocean.
Cool. Enjoy.
Do we have any more? From 8-Bit Wise Man. If you were a villain in a fictional world, what would your plan be for global domination?
What is the world? It's like, I'm a dramatic bitch, and it would have to be thematically resonant.
Okay, so just kind of take Pokemon domination, One Piece domination. Just compare and contrast. How does your approach change?
Okay, so let's see. Pokemon, you know the plot of Mega Man 9 where Dr. Wily goes, hey, isn't it fucked up that you guys are all going to expire? Wouldn't you like to just go apeshit? That, but to ghost Pokemon?
Oh! Oh!
And I'd be like, I didn't have a further plan from this, but I got pretty far, you guys. Those fuckers from Johto, they got nothing on me. Let's see, One Piece. Cry? That is such a hard world to be an actual villain in. Because the world government is there and just like, we are better than any plan you have. And I go, shit, you're right. I would probably be a shitty little con artist and be like, I'm selling pieces of this devil fruit. You guys want some? It's like, shit, dude, I can't do shit in One Piece. Like, I would need some sort of weird power that relates to a divine entity to do anything. And even then, I'll probably just drown.
Alright. I don't know how to answer this question either. It's... because it is... I might be a successful one, because my initial just thought process is like, okay, what are my resources? What do I have to work with? What are the weaknesses of the people I'm surrounded with?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll probably... take the basis of Rayman in Captain Laserhawk and kind of just go from there. Kind of that media mogul, sort of like Hunger Games-esque. I don't fucking know. This is a hard one.
This is a hard one.
Conceptual media. Imbue people with the idea of that what you want them to do will make the world a better place. Just kind of twist the conceptual stuff into just pure evil. That's probably how I'd end up. That is villain Duke. That is anti-Duke.
I assume that I would just be Spampton or like Stan the Boatman from Monkey Island, and I would just sell people shit, and then be like, he's harmless, and then I would get a lot of money, And then I would be like, I tricked you. I'm actually evil. And they'd be like, what? And I'd be like, yeah.
Alright, well, I'm going to rapid fire through a couple more in the chat.
Yeah, let's go.
Thoughts on Pico 8? I don't know what that is, unfortunately.
The Pico. Yeah, I not off the top of my head.
Google tells me it is a virtual machine, an engine created by Lexaloft Games. Fantasy video game console to limit the limited ground. Okay, so kind of a retro-styled creative console. That's neat.
Okay, alright.
My thoughts are that it looks neat. Thoughts on coffee milk? You're talking to an ex-barista? I need more.
You're talking to a weakling? I can't handle it because I have the babiest tongue in the world.
No,
I have to be coached through a Nutella cold brew.
One more from Camp to wrap things up. What do you think about the return of multiverses? Because I didn't know this. It's confirmed that tomorrow would have some news on the full launch. Best of luck. I need to see what the full launch looks like before I'm gonna get my hopes up.
I am just not in the platformer fighter space anymore. After Nick ASB and Ultimate, like, I'm good with that genre for right now.
Need for a break. I definitely get that. Okay, and I think with that, we're gonna wrap this up. I'm impressed that we got through the 30 games without this stretching into the 5-hour mark. Like, it was a long episode, but for how much was talked about, that's
good.
impressive. Yeah.
This is one where I deserve a medal. You were fine, honey. However...
Yeah, deserves perhaps a like on the video and a subscription to the Duke of Dorks to continue following the Design Dorks podcast. The super
That does nothing for me.
Yes, but it does for me, and I'm exploiting it. Now, but seriously, check out Design Force streams. At least go back to watch, if nothing else, the Ballad of Nancy the Crab. Just go to the Baldur's Gate 3 thing, keep going through the footage until you see a second profile appear next to Gale, and then just watch from there, please. I'm begging you. It's always a good time, guys. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, everybody.
And we will see you all next time.
Yep. See you in a month. Impress